Hello and welcome to Session 2 of the Open Session 2020 Special Edition for the European Commission for the Control of Foot and Mouth Disease. I'm Carissa Miller, a veterinarian working with EuFMD, and I'll be moderating this morning's session, which is titled From Risk to Actions, Making Them Happen. To introduce Session 2, I would like to pass you over to Fabrizio Rosso, Deputy Executive Secretary for EuFMD. Over to you, Fabrizio.
Hello, Carissa, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. And also welcome from my side to this second session of the EuFMD Open Session 2020, Livelihood at Risk in a Faster World. The first session was held on Tuesday and was focused more on risk assessment and forecasting. And we particularly debated how animal mobility drivers and network analysis can contribute to risk mapping. Different tools and methodologies were presented for investigating dynamics of animal mobility and understanding driving factors. We discussed how changes in movement pattern can be regularly monitored and forecasted, and when they influence the spread of animal diseases. And we analyzed how to predict the vulnerability of trade network to outbreaks. If you did not have the chance to follow the presentations, well, all the recording is available on the website or on the virtual tour. So today, the session will be more focused on how improved surveillance, control, and preventive measures will address risk changes. And so after session 1, which was more focused on risk assessment and forecasting, now we go with the session 2, from risk into action. Before giving the floor back to Carissa, I just want to remind you that, well, a poster session is available now related to the topic of session 2, but also we will have from the afternoon a poster session available on diagnosis and virus characterization. And I really encourage you to visit this session through the virtual tour or the website. There are a lot of interesting research on FMD diagnosis, and through the forum, there is a dedicated area where you can interact with the authors and ask questions or provide comments. I hope you will enjoy the session. On Tuesday, on session 1, we had more than 1,000 participants following through the website, the virtual environment, the virtual tour, YouTube, Facebook. And we hope that today there is the same level of interest and interaction with the questions posted for the presenters in the forum. Back to you, Carissa.
Thank you, Fabrizio. Okay, to get session 2 started, this morning we will have 2 live presentations from our keynote speakers, followed by 4 pre-recorded presentations. And following that, we'll have a roundtable where this morning's presenters will answer your questions. As a reminder, you can post your questions for today's speakers on the forum via the event website at eufmdvirtual.com. If you haven't done so already, I encourage you to visit the virtual tour where you can have a look at our information desks on EuFMD and partner initiatives, including training, simulation exercises, risk forecasting, emergency preparedness, and the Global Foot and Mouth Disease Research Alliance, to name just a few. You can also visit the posters and listen to the podcast summarizing them, and visit the gaming room to play the Get Prepared game and test your lesion aging skills. And all the sessions will be streamed on Facebook and YouTube and the virtual site and replayed from 1700 hours Central European time on those channels for anybody in a different time zone that can't join us live. There's always a chat box open where you can leave your questions related to EuFMD in general and their work plan or the open session itself. And the presentations and posters will be available for viewing on the EuFMD website after the end of the open session. So now, in order to get our session underway, I'd like to introduce to you the chair of our session, Katharina Staerk. Katharina is a veterinarian with a PhD from Massey University and a research background in infectious diseases and zoonoses, as well as risk analysis, surveillance, and animal health decision-making in relation to animal-derived food. She has worked in academia and private industry around Europe and the UK, and is currently head of the Department of Animal Health at the Swiss Federal Food Safety and Veterinary Office, as well as a member of the Standing Technical Committee for EuFMD. Welcome, Katharina.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction, Carissa, and hello, everybody, and a very warm welcome to this special edition of the EuFMD Open Session. Well, many things are special this year. It was already said yesterday that originally we were supposed to be in Marseille for this conference, but perhaps not all of you would have been able to travel to Marseille. So perhaps we can find some advantages in our current situation, however small they may be. We are learning a lot of new things in this year, including how to meet online, how to present online and discuss online, and even how to chair online sessions. I'm glad that you are already very experienced with our virtual lives. I'm also very glad that we are professionally supported by the EuFMD team, who will be managing the different channels and formats we are using here today. What would we do without these digital tools? The same question can be asked when it comes to the control of FMD and other transboundary animal diseases. What would we do without models, analysis of outbreak data, and surveillance system? During the COVID pandemic, many tools formerly only known to epidemiologists have become of interest to the general public and are being discussed on a daily basis. You can probably read about them in your newspapers. I believe this is a huge opportunity for us all, as we are already experienced in using these tools for FMD and similar transboundary diseases. This session is under the motto, "From risk to action, making it happen." It illustrates our use of these technologies. We will learn about a broad range of tools, the results of analysis, and how these inform policy. In the afternoon, we will also include aspects of economics and communication. Once again, the COVID pandemic has been teaching us a thing or two about the importance of these aspects, that it is not only about the knowledge or effective control strategy, but about how to translate them into efficient measures that are understood, accepted, and implemented by the relevant stakeholders to eventually achieve successful disease control. As for COVID, we are learning every day about new challenges in this context. We should probably feel privileged that we have to deal only with a relatively well-known disease ourselves. So let's start. It is my pleasure to introduce our first speaker to you. It is Dr. Emma Snary. She is head of epidemiological sciences at the Animal and Plant Health Agency, APHA, in the UK. And she will talk on the cross-validation of generic risk assessment tools, an ASF case study. Emma, thank you very much for joining us, and over to you.
Thank you, Katharina. Let's wait for my slides. Thank you so much. So I've been asked to talk today about a collaborative project that I was involved in which was led by Gesine de Vos from Wageningen, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. So my presentation will introduce you to generic risk assessment, and in particular, how we cross-validated a number of generic risk assessment tools for a case study on African swine fever virus. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to go a little bit into some background and introduce you to some terminology, in case you're not aware. So risk assessment is part of the risk analysis process, and it's used to assess the risk from a hazard, and in particular to evaluate the effect of control measures on that risk. It's been used in the area of animal health since the 1990s, mostly to look at import risks, and it was used to facilitate trade of live animals and animal products between countries, and it still is. There are different frameworks that can be applied when evaluating risk. Here, throughout this talk, I'll be referring to the OIE terminology, where we consider risk split into three components. So we have entry or release, where we think about the pathogen entering a country, perhaps via a particular pathway. Exposure, it is the probability of a susceptible livestock or wildlife animal being exposed, given that release has happened. And then also we might go on to think about the consequences. So this is given exposure, the probability of infection, further spread, or again, those economic consequences. There are different types of risk assessments that can be employed. These go from qualitative risk assessment, where we consider descriptive terms of risk, semi-quantitative, where we use risk scores, and also quantitative. Now, in the past, risk assessments have typically focused perhaps on a single pathogen, a single pathway, and also a single country. So we might simply just be looking at what's the risk of introduction of foot and mouth into the UK because of the import of live cattle, for example. However, as the methodologies have evolved over time, and generic risk assessment is becoming much more popular. And what I mean by generic risk assessment is where when we can think about multiple pathways within the system, we can think about multiple pathogens, and also we could look at the risk of multiple countries at one time. And the benefits of generic risk assessment is that it provides a wider consideration of the system, a quicker assessment of new hazards, and also allows us to prioritize between diseases or pathways or different countries or regions. Next slide, please. I'm now going to talk a little bit about the validation of risk assessments. And there are very many reasons why this is very difficult to do. It is a challenge. And this is because risk assessments might be predicting rare events, that the risk might not be static over time, that the outputs of the risk assessment aren't able to be observed, or even if we did have the data for incursion of disease, we might not know the true source of incursion. So therefore, what we tend to do within a risk assessment is focus on the relative risks. So we want to perhaps look at the impact of a particular control measure. And this is because we are much more confident in those relative risks than we are on the absolute risk. However, cross-validation is surely possible. And what I mean here when I talk about cross-validation is when we are defining it, when multiple risk assessments might address the same risk question, but they're using the same data. And then we can compare across the outputs from each tool. Then, hopefully, we are only comparing the models themselves. In other words, we're just trying to focus on that model uncertainty. This approach has been applied elsewhere, for example, with consensus modeling, but there has been limited application in the field of animal health risk assessment. So this opportunity was then realised in this collaborative project that I mentioned earlier. And the project was called GRAID, which stood for Generic Approaches for Risk Assessment of Infectious Animal Diseases Introduction. And it brought together risk analysts from 7 organisations to work together to address 3 objectives. And the first one was to exchange our expertise and experience in generic import risk modelling. We want to investigate options for standardization of input data and algorithms. And finally, we wanted to explore the methods for validation. And I'm going to focus on the third objective here for the rest of the talk. Next slide, please. So within the GRADE consortium, we had available to us 7 risk assessment tools, and these came from 5 organisations within 4 countries. In particular, we had 2 quantitative models, both from the UK. We had 4 semi-quantitative models, so 2 from the Netherlands, 1 from UK and 1 from Finland, and then also a qualitative model from Sweden. The tools very much varied on their level of complexity, as can be seen from the different types there, but also on the number of pathways that were included within the within the risk assessments. And this figure here on the right kind of shows you this. You can see that the RRAT tool, which was a semi-quantitative tool from the Netherlands, considered just 3 pathways, but another semi-quantitative tool, Mint Risk, actually included 10. But across the different risk assessments, the most common pathways were live animals, products of animal origin, vectors, and wildlife. On the next slide, I just want to talk to you and to try and summarize the diversity of the generic tools in terms of their endpoints. So each tool was designed to answer a different question, which has obviously been posed by the country of which the organisation sat. So it wasn't really a surprise that the endpoint should differ. So for example, for SPARE, this was a quantitative model from the UK, it has a very early endpoint at the point and just focused on the point of entry to a country of interest. While Mint Risk and NORA went much further in their consideration of risk and included economic consequences. Others, such as COMPARE and IDM, considered epidemiological consequences, which in this case was more aligned to whether or not further spread was likely. So when it came to comparing these tools, it was very much a challenge, but I'll say more about that later. I'm going to introduce to you the cross-validation study first on the next slide. So we've gone through. Oh yeah, sorry, that's it. So if we talk about, so the cross-validation study that we selected was for African swine fever, and that's because at the time when we were doing this study, it was very much on the increase and spreading within wild boar populations within Europe. We focused on the incursion risk of African swine fever virus for Finland and also for the Netherlands. And for our baseline scenario, we took the situation as it was at the end of 2017. And at that point in time, ASF there had been outbreaks of ASF in many EU countries, including Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, and also the Czech Republic. We chose Finland and the Netherlands due to their opposite risk profiles. For example, Netherlands is a country where there was lots of importing and exporting of live pigs, but for Finland, there is very little trade in live pigs. For Finland, we felt that the bigger risk would come from wild boar. Next slide, please. So I described what we used as the baseline scenario, but we also looked at some hypothetical scenarios as well. In fact, we looked at 2 of these. So for the first hypothetical scenario, we considered that there had been 10 separate cases of wild boar which had been found dead, and they had been infected with African swine fever virus. In the Munster, we decided that these cases would be in the Munster region of Germany and at a distance quite close to the Dutch border of around 50 kilometers. For the second hypothetical scenario, we took the same wild boar situation as in the first scenario, but we also added that ASF had been detected on a large commercial pig farm in that same area. And for both the hypothetical scenarios, this was in addition to the recorded epidemiological picture at that time, which we'd already included as part of the baseline scenario. Next slide, please. So where possible within this exercise, we use the same input data. So we try to harmonize those data that we used. So we did this by either using the same key data sources, or we use the same parameter values. For example, for the disease occurrence worldwide, we all used OIE data. And for trade, we all use COMEX data from Eurostat. For infectious period or decay rates or other parameters that were particular to African swine fever, we shared the parameters that we used, and where possible, we used the same. For the cross-validation, we considered 3 pathways where we could, and these were for live pigs, pig products, and also wild boar. But then we were left with the challenge of how to compare the tools, because we, as I mentioned earlier in the slide, they had different endpoints. Although, as mentioned, so they did have different endpoints. Although in the cross-validation study, some of them did choose an earlier endpoint. So, for example, mint risk chose the first infection rather than to go through to economic consequences. As you can see as well, the output parameters also differed, which is as expected, given the difference in methodologies. So we had qualitative outputs from, for example, from the Swedish tool. We had risk scores, which might go from 0 to 60, and then we had probabilities as well. So how should we go about when we want to compare those across these models? So what we did instead is we focused on the relative risk for each tool. In particular, we compared the outputs for the Netherlands to Finland within each tool. Then also within each tool, we compared what the impact would be of the hypothetical scenarios against the baseline. And finally, within each tool, we also looked to see which pathway might pose the highest risk to disease incursion, and hope for consensus across all those 3 different aspects and comparisons across the tools. Next slide, please. So this slide here shows the baseline results, and in the baseline results, we compared the Netherlands and Finland for the 3 pathways for the current epidemiological situation in 2017. So this figure here, which I'm just going to explain here, the line at 10 to the 0 is basically, as you can expect, 1. We're working on a log scale. And this indicates that the risk was the same for the Netherlands and Finland. If you're above this line, then it means the risk to the Netherlands was larger. And if you believe the line, then the risk to Finland was larger. So from this exercise, we concluded that the risk to the Netherlands is higher than for Finland for live animal imports. This is the figure right at the top. And in particular, we could see that this was the case for Staerk, Compare, RRAT and NORA, because they showed quite a large increase. However, the magnitude of this relative risk was probably attributable to a very low risk for Finland due to their limited importation of live pigs. For the wild boar pathway, which is the one at the bottom, you can see that Finland had the higher risk compared to the Netherlands. And for the animal products, the risks were about the same. You can see there was a change in the y-axis there. So actually those risks are not very different. Next slide, please. We then went on to have a look at the hypothetical scenarios. So this is where we've got the presence of African swine fever in wild boar in hypothetical scenario 1, and also in a commercial pig farm for the second scenario. And we found that the presence of ASF in wild boar in this particular region of Germany did increase the risk to the Netherlands, but not Finland, and especially for the quantitative models Spare and Compare. These are the top 2 figures there on the slide. When we compared across the 2 countries, we did find that the risk to the Netherlands from wild boar was now higher for the Netherlands than Finland. and that the single outbreak of ASF on a pig farm resulted in only a slightly increased risk compared to the baseline. And that's the two figures there at the bottom. Next slide, please. So we were able to compare the relative importance of each pathway for each tool. However, we could not do this for all of the tools. Unfortunately, it wasn't possible to do for SPARE and also for IDM. If we start, first of all, with Finland, which is the text in the red at the bottom there, we found that all of the tools agreed when they had considered it that pig products constituted the highest risk to Finland. And this was all three scenarios, case for all three scenarios. When we looked at the Netherlands situation, we found that pig products did have the highest risk for the baseline scenario. If you could just press the slide on once or twice. There's some graphics come up, which I hadn't done that now, thank you. In the hypothetical scenarios for the Netherlands, then we found that actually the NORA model, which was a semi-quantitative model from Finland, changed the pathway of which was most risky, and determined that it was actually the live animal product pathway that had the highest risk. Also found that the Swedish qualitative model wasn't really able to distinguish between the pathways for the hypothetical scenarios because they all had the same risk level. And finally, MINT risk, which wasn't able to or didn't do the look at the animal products. This concluded that between the live animals and the wild boar, that the wild boar had the highest risk there. Next slide, please. So what can we conclude from this study? Well, in most cases, there was a consensus from the tools. So it was really pleasing that the key messages to the risk manager were the same. And that the key messages that we shared was that the risk of ASF virus incursion for the Netherlands was indeed higher than for Finland in the baseline scenario, at that current time in 2017. We also concluded that the trade in animal products contributed most of the risk for both countries, and that ASF cases in Germany, in that particular region near the Dutch border, as expected, did increase the risk for the Netherlands, but not for Finland. Talking to risk managers, which we did at a workshop hosted by the GRADE project, we know that understanding and explaining this risk is often more important than the absolute value or the level of the risk estimate. So the consensus from the risk assessment tools was particularly pleasing, and especially considering the diversity in their methodologies, in their different endpoints, and also their outputs. Unfortunately, because of this diversity, we couldn't compare the absolute risks. However, the comparison of the relative risks did work very well. So we believe that this cross-validation exercise contributed to the credibility of the results that we shared with the risk managers, and also to the credibility of the generic risk assessment tools themselves. Next question. Next slide, please. Last one. So finally, some acknowledgements. This was a really fun project to work on with some wonderful people, and there's too many really to list and mention here. As I said, Claudine was unable to be here today, and she was the project lead, so important to recognise her involvement. I'd also like to acknowledge EFSA for a partnering grant, and also the CoVet Lab for a research grant that funded this work. And thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Emma. Virtual applause.
I can't see you, sorry.
I think you presented very nicely what must have been quite a demanding exercise. I note, as probably some in the audience have, that you used African swine fever as your sort of model disease, and of course we are here in the context of EuFMD and the fast diseases, but I assume that the results would not be entirely different if you had used another disease? Do you think these results are transferable to other, if you had used a different disease?
Yes, possibly. I'd have to think about that a little bit more. I mean, the tools are generic, so they can be easily adapted for foot and mouth, and in fact, many of them had already parameterized that that pathway as well. So yes, for a similar disease with similar infectious dynamics, then I wouldn't be expected if the results would be the same.
Thank you. And another question that has come up. Is it possible to include dynamic aspects? In your presentation, you mentioned yourself that risk is not stable. It can change over time. Is that possible to be included in these models?
So I think for any model, it's about considering what the main aim of or objective of that tool would be. So I'm not really aware of it of a risk tool yet encompassing by naturally, or really programming in that dynamic nature. That would lead more to a kind of a mathematical model, which perhaps Mike Tilsley is going to talk about in a minute. But these models can be run over time. So, for example, the IDM tool is a semi-quantitative tool from the UK, is run on a very regular basis to look at what the increased risks might be for a number of different diseases, looking into their incursion into the UK. And I like to think, actually, as technology has evolved, that we can make these models more easy to update by going to the data sources, for example, directly and pulling off that data, making them very much more easy and quicker to run at the same time. So, and maybe also with a virtual, a nice user interface as well. I think that's the future of where we'd be going with these models.
Thank you very much. Thank you once again, Emma, and we are looking forward to you rejoining us for the roundtable later this morning.
Yeah. Thank you.
With this, we are moving on in the program, and it's my pleasure to introduce our next keynote speaker. That's Mike Tilsley. He is Associate Professor at the University of Warwick, and he will talk about the use of foot and mouth disease models in disease-free and endemic settings, prediction, control, and targeting of interventions for emerging outbreaks. Over to you, Mike.
Thank you very much, Katharina, and thank you very much for the invite. It's a pleasure to be able to speak to you all today, and I'd like to say a big thank you and well done to EuFMD for putting together this virtual session. Today I'm going to talk about some of the research that my group's been doing at the University of Warwick on both disease-free and endemic settings, and looking at prediction and control and targeting of interventions during emerging outbreaks. Could I have the next slide, please? So in order to do this, I just want to take us on a short journey back in time. So a lot of the methodology that is used by my group at Warwick was really developed as a direct result of the UK 2001 foot and mouth outbreak. And what we tend to think of when we're modelling outbreaks is classifying farms in various different categories. So either susceptible, i.e. not yet infected, exposed but not yet infectious, infectious, and then in the case of disease-free settings that have incursions, then the animals are typically culled. Next slide, please. Just a bit of a recap of the 2001 epidemic in the UK. The virus entered the UK in early February. There was a sort of a short, sharp peak. The peak of the outbreak occurred in late March, early April, but it was categorized by this very long epidemic tail that lasted all the way until the end of September. By the end of the outbreak, there were over 10,000 farms affected, either infected or culled as part of the control policy, and around 850,000 cattle and 4 million sheep were culled, which represents about 10% of the national herd. So that was very significant. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to very briefly just have a couple of slides on the model. I'm not going to go into any detail, but a lot of the work we do on foot and mouth disease uses this Warwick model that was originally developed during 2001. It's broadly based upon how infectious an infected farm would be, how susceptible a susceptible farm would be, and some kind of distance factor. So the closer the farm, the higher the risk. Next slide, please. So this is what the maths looks like, and I apologise. Some of the summation sign and the brackets have been a little bit shifted in this slide when it's been transferred over. But what we're really looking at, if we're trying to understand transmission, is how susceptible different livestock are, how many livestock there are on the farm, and the transmission rate of those livestock on infectious farms. And the final parameter we're interested in is what we call this transmission kernel, which effectively weights the probability of infection based upon distance between the infected and the susceptible farm. And it's very common sense that the closer you are to the source, you have a much higher risk of being infected. And we can fit all of these parameters to the 2001 epidemic data. Next slide, please. So what I want to look at really is how did this work? So if we sort of wind back, we can say, well, how well did our model fit to the 2001 outbreak? So on the left, you can see the red dots are all the infected farms from 2001, and the black squares are any farms that were culled as part of the control policy. And on the right, we can see a heat map that sort of shows where the model predicts the highest risk of infection is. So we can see, just purely eyeballing this, we're getting a relatively good fit spatially to the data. Next slide, please. But a lot of the work that we've done is retrospective. So typically what infectious disease models have done is analyze previous outbreaks. So what you might do is you might fit your model to the outbreak, and then you try to project what would have happened, for example, if we had vaccinated. Now, I would say that modelling has very much been put into the spotlight this year during the COVID pandemic, and we're actually really being able to test in real time how effectively a lot of our models can work during ongoing outbreaks. Next slide, please. So in order to think about this in a little bit more detail, I want to think about what we would do in a novel outbreak. When there is a novel outbreak, there is real uncertainty regarding how disease will spread, but we need to make decisions in the face of that uncertainty. We can't afford to wait until we've resolved all our uncertainty. So what I want to ask is, do our predictions of control change through time as we get more information? Next slide, please. So this brings me on to thinking about the real-time use of models. So what we might do here, this is just showing a timeline of the 2001 outbreak, is obviously you introduce control at the start because you can't afford to wait. But at some point, you're going to resolve your uncertainty. You're going to have enough information that you will be able to accurately say what the model is going to do. So you sort of here will have a learning phase where you're trying to resolve that uncertainty. And once it's resolved, you have an optimal control phase, which you run to the end of the outbreak. But what we're looking at is how can we determine the best control strategy to introduce on day one in the presence of that uncertainty. Next slide, please. So the way that we do this, and this is just a schematic to sort of describe this, is we have some data that we're putting into our model. We have a whole bunch of different competing control actions that we might want to consider. And then the model will give us what the relative impact of these different controls might be. And it's very dependent, and I'm going to come on to this later, but it's very dependent upon what your objective is. Maybe you want to minimize duration, the number of animals culled, or some kind of cost function. And the question I want to ask is, at what stage are our model projections and associated control action recommendations resilient to this accrual of information? Next slide, please. So essentially, what I'm doing is I'm replaying the 2001 outbreak here as if it was happening in real time. So what we do is we run the model forward every week, and we project what the different control policies would give us in terms of, say, in this example, outbreak duration, but we can use whatever metric we think is important. And what we can do is we can compare what the model would predict in pseudo real time with what we would predict retrospectively if we ran our model using, in inverted commas, perfect knowledge once the outbreak is over. Next slide, please. So this is just to show you, and I'm not going to go into any details of the model fit, but the important thing to understand here is every time we refit the model during an outbreak, our parameter predictions change. And this is just to show you one example of one of the parameters from our model. And the only thing I want you to take home from here is, in the first few weeks of the epidemic, my predictions of this parameter value vary quite significantly. It's only when we get through to like May, June time that this prediction of this parameter really settles down. So there's a lot of uncertainty in the system. Next slide, please. But what about control? We can see from that the parameters are predicted really poorly early on, but what about control? So on the next couple of slides, I'm going to show you some results. And anything that you see in blue on these next slides are broadly risk-based culling strategies, purely culling infected farms, culling infected and high-risk farms. Anything that you see in green are broadly proximity strategies, so including culling of neighbouring farms or 3-kilometre ring culling. And anything you see in red are broadly vaccination strategies, either 3 kilometre or 10 kilometres. So that's your little key just to see what you're going to see next. Okay, the next slide, please. So first of all, I'm going to show you what a retrospective model would advise. So if I fit my model after the outbreak is over and I go back and analyse what the best policy would have been every week throughout the outbreak. And you can see here, and my metric here is the total number of animals culled on the y-axis. You can see here that it's very certain, even from the first week, what the best policy is. Vaccination strategies always win, and only culling infected premises always loses. It's clearly the worst throughout. But that's with the benefit of hindsight. So next slide, please. But what about if we only use the information we know at a point in time during the epidemic? So here I'm comparing that retrospective model on the top with my real-time model on the bottom. And what you can see here is something that's a little bit more concerning, that all of my control policies in week 1, in the red circle here, are almost the same. And so there may be pressure here as a policymaker to choose the least severe strategy because it's deemed to be less politically impactful than maybe vaccination, which we know has a lot of other implications. Next slide, please. So why is this? So what we looked at was, well, why are we seeing this inability of the model to actually predict control in the early stages of an outbreak? So what we went back to was looking at undetected infections. So as we track through time, we can see, well, in week 2 here, what we do is we predict a map of where the model predicts the cases are. And what we can see in week 2, the model has the inability to predict the fact that actually we're not seeing significant spread in Scotland, which by week 3, that we have resolved. And that uncertainty in spatial predictions early on filters through into the ability to properly determine what the optimal policy might be. Okay, next slide, please. So now some slightly better news. If I rank these control policies from worst to best, and my real-time model on the top now, apologies for the inverting these, my real-time model on the top and my hindsight model on the bottom, it's a little bit more promising because we can see even with that uncertainty, if we purely rank the models based on worst to best, we see that vaccination always wins early on, and these risk-based strategies, infectious premises culling, always loses. So that's a little bit more promising. Next slide, please. So state matters. I think it's very important that we highlight that the state of an outbreak matters. So we need to think about how we might construct a state-dependent control policy. So the optimal control policy is really dependent upon the exact state of an outbreak. So what I want to ask here is, for instance, how many infected farms are there? And maybe if we're thinking about vaccination, how many doses of vaccine do we have? And then if this is just a schematic here that we can say, well, let's say we had 3 different policies we might consider. Ring culling at 2 kilometres, ring culling at 1 kilometre, or vaccination at 1 kilometre. This is entirely a made-up schematic just to demonstrate this. And what we can do is we can say, based upon our capacities and how many infected farms we have, we can determine what the best policy is, dependent upon the state of the system. Next slide, please. So just to take this further, what we're going to do then is we're going to look at the state of an outbreak and determine what the optimal policy might be at any point in time. So I'm going to look at a range here of different ring culling strategies, which you're going to see in a spectrum of yellow to red on the next couple of slides. and a range of different vaccination actions, which you're going to see in a spectrum of colours of green. And based upon the state of an outbreak, we can determine what the best policy might be. Next slide, please. So in order to do this, we need to think about what are we interested in minimising. So here, I'm going to consider the number of infected premises, and I'm going to consider the spatial scale of the outbreak, the area of the outbreak. And I'm also going to think about minimising the duration and minimising the total number of culls. But of course, it's important to state that your objective will depend, what your objective is will have an influence on what your optimal policy might be. So based upon this, let's see what we get. So next slide, please. So this just shows you a range of space. So my number of infected premises at any point in time here is on the y-axis, and the spatial scale of the outbreak here is on the x-axis. And the colour tells you what the optimal policy is given that point in space. So if you're at that point there in the red bit that I've highlighted, then ring culling between 0 and 3.5 kilometres is optimal. Next slide, please. And if I'm at that point there, then vaccination between 0 and 3 kilometres is optimal. So this just tells you that based upon where you are, it tells you what the optimal policy might be at any point during an outbreak. But objective matters. So next slide, please. That which I showed you was looking at minimising outbreak duration. And here we can see that culling is optimal for smaller outbreak sizes. But if I consider livestock culled, then we do see that actually for most of this space, it's very much dominated by vaccination actions. So again, it's really important to state that the objective of control is really, really important. Next slide, please. But we can think about multiple objectives. So I looked at outbreak duration and livestock culled. And if we look at these, we can get an idea of, dependent upon where we are in terms of, say, doses or infected farms, we can have optimal actions. But you can look at multiple objectives together. So, for instance, stakeholders and government may have different priorities, and we can overlay these. And again, this is just a schematic, but if we look at this schematic at the bottom, if we overlay these, we can actually determine regions of space which are win-win, as it were. So regardless of the management objective, you always know what the optimal policy might be. Or there might be places where actually there's discordance. There are policies that may be optimal for one objective, but not optimal for another. So I think this is something that moving forward we can think about, but it's really important to determine what the objective might be. Next slide, please. Okay, so that gives an overview of what we've done in epidemic settings, and I'm just going to spend the last bit of this talk talking briefly about what we're thinking about in endemic settings. So adaptive management that we've been working on is really particularly well suited to endemic disease, because of course, as disease becomes rarer, we know that dynamics might change. And of course, we know that information quantity and quality will increase as monitoring programs develop, and that's really important. Next slide, please. So, for instance, we may in some situations only know, say, the information on observed incidents of outbreaks. But as we get more information, say, on animal movements, on strain typing, on spatial resolution, we can tailor programs to gather those data and improve our information and improve our certainty in control. Next slide, please. And in order to do this, if we invest in particular activities, we can improve, say, estimation of outbreak risk, prediction of spatial spread, and identification of optimal control activities. Next slide, please. So I'm going to very briefly just talk about some work we've done with our colleagues in Turkey. This just shows you district level foot and mouth disease surveillance from 2001 to 2012. And the big take home message here is there's a number of outbreaks across the country in that period. Next slide, please. We have very detailed data of multiple serotypes spanning from, say, 2001 over to 2012. Next slide, please. But what we want to ask is, how does transmission vary in space and time, and what kind of surveillance design could help disease control? And also, how does serotype information impact our results? And what we're interested in is, for instance, how much data is necessary to identify spatial heterogeneity and inform future monitoring. Okay, so next slide, please. So what we've done is we've taken the Warwick disease model, we have fitted it to the observed data, and then what we've done is we've used that to develop risk maps based upon historical outbreaks that we can use for future monitoring and surveillance efforts. And I'm only very briefly scratching the surface here because I'm very aware of time, but if I can just go to the next slide, I can just show you what we've got here. So on the left here, we have a map of the number of outbreaks over that period, and fitting this model, we can look at where the model predicts going forward there may be future risk that we can use to inform future disease monitoring. Next slide, please. But movements also play a role. So it's really important for us to think about movements. And Turkey has a very, very rich data set on livestock movements. So what we've done is we've looked at analysing these data to try to determine areas of particular high risk. And we can do this based upon, this just shows you here, there's quite a lot of heterogeneity between regions. And we can use that to determine where we might want to target surveillance in the future. Next slide, please. So what we're going to do, and I'm literally got a couple more slides now, and then I'm going to wrap up. We can analyse the Turkey cattle movement network to determine whether there are communities of farms that are more connected with each other than with other farms. And we do this by considering what we call modularity of a network. So we determine, say, the fraction of movements that occur within a community compared with if they were randomly distributed between farms. So as we see on the schematic here, this, as we go from the left to the right, this represents increasing modularity. So the higher the modularity, the stronger the communities. Next slide, please. And if we apply this to the UK cattle network, and again, I'm just going to show this very briefly, we can see that there's very strong spatial dependence. So anything in the same colour here implies that all of these farms are in the same communities. Next slide, please. If we do this for Turkey, anything here is, any unit here in the same colour implies that they are in the same community. And of particular interest here are there overlapping or disjoint regions that we would identify as being within the same community as one another in order to inform future disease risk? So next slide, please. So if we do this, what we can see here is using these community detection algorithms, we can say, well, actually, we find that there are certain communities here, Ankara and Erzurum, even though they're spatially disconnected, we find that they are actually in the same community. So we can, and there are some regions here in the south where there are communities that overlap. So if we use active surveillance, we can target those at these high-risk regions to reduce the future impact of disease. And targeting those communities may be more effective than, say, traditional geographical regional control policies. So could I just have the final slide, please? So I just want to wrap up. I just want to thank, there's a huge team of people who've been helping to put this together, my group at Warwick. I also want to thank the great group at Penn State that I've been collaborating with on the Turkey project, and the EuFMD team who provided us with excellent support throughout. And of course, the Turkish Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, particularly İpek and Naci, who've really been helping us to move this work forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mike. Once again, virtual applause. I think risk managers such as myself are a little bit nervous sometimes to consider using models during an outbreak, but perhaps your illustration of endemic situation, that's interesting, and I can see that that could provide a real advantage. Maybe we can squeeze in a question or two. I wonder, you know, the sort of this adaptive modeling, so that requires also that you update data, so your parameters, you have to collect information as you go along. Is there a recommended frequency of updating these parameters, or what are the factors that might be relevant when considering this?
So I think this is an extremely important question. I think one of the things, and I will say, you know, I speak as an infectious disease modeler, that the models are only as good as the data that go into them. And I think in the early stages of an outbreak, we need to acknowledge that there's a huge amount of uncertainty. And I think I've shown that with these, you know, with these slides we talked about today. It's important that we do regularly update these models. I mean, we've been doing this, say, with actually the COVID pandemic is a good representative example of this, because we've been refitting our models with data every week to sort of publish our numbers and all these sorts of things. And I think it's really important to do that, because we know what during an outbreak, we know that things change. We know that our uncertainty resolves. It may be, for instance, we fit the model and we can determine, actually, we really need to know this particular piece of information because we have a lot of uncertainty around that parameter. And we can work with disease managers to try to resolve that uncertainty and then refit. So I think it's very important that we don't, for instance, run a model without fitting at the start of the outbreak and assume that that's it. We need to keep revising our predictions. And those predictions will change through time as we get more information. It doesn't mean that what we've done at the start is, in inverted commas, wrong, but we're resolving uncertainty. And I would say, I think models play a role, but I think it's very important to say that they're only part of the decision-making tools.
And from your projects, your interaction with risk managers, what's your impression? How receptive are they towards using models to support their decision making?
I mean, I would say, I've been spending sort of the last 9 months working on COVID, so I think I've had a lot of first-hand experience of this for.
Exactly.
And I would say, actually, for COVID's a little bit different from FMD, but I would say for COVID, it's the opposite problem, that actually there's too much reliance placed on models. And sometimes, and I think to an extent that's true with FMD, I think sometimes communicating uncertainty is a challenge. Explaining that actually these models don't give you a single answer, that there is uncertainty around those. And sometimes actually as a modeler, you need to be prepared to say, you know what, I've got so much uncertainty, I can't comment on this. And I think that's actually really important, that we as modelers are responsible with our results. And again, I've seen this very much throughout this pandemic, that you do some work that you consider is important and can help inform the decision-making process. And then all of a sudden you're on the front pages of a paper. And what you've said is now fact. And I think that's really dangerous as a modeler. I think it's important to communicate uncertainty. As I said, we can help to inform decision makers, but we need to bear in mind that they are characterizations of reality, and they will improve through time, but only in collaboration with decision makers.
Thank you very much, Mike, also for sharing this COVID experience. I'm sure we could discuss for a long time. Thank you very much, and also looking forward to see you again at the roundtable discussion.
Thank you.
And with that, I will hand over back to Carissa to moderate through our pre-recorded presentations. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Katharina. And a big thank you to Emma and Mike, our keynote speakers, for their really interesting and incredibly relevant work. Thank you for presenting that. Of course, they will be joining us, as Katharina said, in the roundtable at the end of this session. So please do make sure that you post any questions that you have for them on the forum. That is EuFMDvirtual.com. So now we're going to move on to our 4 pre-recorded presentations, which the presenters will also join us at the end for the roundtable, but we won't have any questions after the presentations. We'll move straight through them. So the first of our presenters is Aurelio Cabezas, who is the Disease Status Officer for the World Organization for Animal Health, the OIE. And Aurelio will be presenting an analysis of recognitions, suspensions, and recoveries of official foot and mouth disease-free status and identification of possible associated factors for fast and sustained recoveries. Over to you, Aurelio.
Good day with all the attendees, and thank you to the organizers for letting me present this work on behalf of my team at the World Organization for Animal Health. One of the mandates of the OIE is to officially recognize countries and zones as disease-free. And foot and mouth disease was actually the first disease for which the OIE started granting disease-free status, to which I'm going to refer from now on as a status. So in the chart in the right part of the slide, we can see the cumulative number of officially recognized status since 1996 until 2020. We can see that this number has grown from around 50 to approximately 160. So along this period of time, there have been several suspensions of those status, which has affected the economics of the countries because of the costs associated to the control strategies implemented, but also to the loss of trade markets until the countries recover again that status. Therefore, there has been an interest to conduct an analysis to explore the conditions that might have influence to the recovery period. So to answer that question, we have proposed two main objectives. The first one is to identify factors associated with the time to recover the status of countries and zones after suspension of that status as a result of an outbreak. And the second one is to use that knowledge to make more informed recommendations to members about what could be the important areas to be strengthened for better preparedness and contingency planning against a potential incursion of EuFMD in those areas. In this study, we consider a country or a zone as a study unit. The study period is since 1996 until the first semester of 2020. We included the study units that have had an official status within the study period that was suspended as a result of an outbreak, and we mainly consulted two data sources: the dossiers for recovery of status submitted by members to the OIE, and the MEA notifications and follow-up reports. Because of time constraints, I'm not going to go into the detail of the data collected, but the variables that we collected were categorized in four main different areas: the characteristics of the study unit, such as livestock demographics, characteristics of the virus, such as species affected, control strategies implemented by the study unit, and the preparedness and capabilities of the country, such as what is the ability to early detect and implement control strategies. In the study, in order to measure the association between target variables and outcome, we use survival analysis. And our outcome was defined as the time elapsed in suspension until the application for recovery of status, and we measured that outcome in weeks. In this schematic, we have a representation of how we included study units in the analysis and how the outcome was measured. So let's imagine that the study unit was recognized at some point during the study period. Eventually, that status was suspended. So at that point, we enrolled that study unit into the study, and we followed that study unit in time until two things could happen. Either it recovered the status, or it was lost to follow-up, and therefore this study unit was censored. We used Cox proportional hazard models, and the approach that we used was that we fitted first univariable models, and then those significant variables were included into a final multivariable model. For today's presentation, and because of time constraints, I'm going to show you some selected results. In the map in the right part of the slide, so this is a snapshot to show you the countries or zones that had the status recognized. Some of those had the status suspended and recovered as well during the study period. The territories, the countries or zones in green are those ones that had the status recognized and never suspended. But those countries or zones in other colors than green are actually the ones that had the status suspended and recovered, and those were actually part of the study population. In the left part of the slide, I'm showing you a table with the selected variables that were found to have an association with the outcome. We can see the categories for those categorical variables, the hazard ratios, the p-values, and the 95% confidence intervals. I'm not going to go into detail in this slide about all the data, but I was going to show you the big picture of it. We found that actually those study units that had the upper middle or high income level were from 5 to 6 times more likely to rapidly recover the status compared to those ones that had a lower middle income level. For the control strategies implemented, we found that those countries that apply only stamping out compared to those ones that apply stamping out plus vaccination to live, those that apply only stamping out were actually more likely to rapidly recover their status compared to those ones that implemented vaccination to live with stamping out. But that could be masked by the fact that when you applied only stamping out, the waiting periods before a country is entitled to apply for a recovery of a status are actually much shorter compared to those ones than when you apply vaccination to live. So that might be the situation of this difference. For those countries that did not share any infected border, any EuFMD infected border, were actually twice more likely to recover the status compared to those ones that share at least one infected border. For those study units that in which the last suspension of the status occurred more than a year ago, those actually were 6 times more likely to recover rapidly the status compared to those ones that had the status, the last suspension within a year ago. In terms of the capacity of veterinary services, we measure this based on the number of official veterinarians per number of livestock, and we found that an increase in the number of veterinarians increased the likelihood to recover the status more rapidly by 5%. On the other hand, those study units that delayed the implementation of control measures by 1 day were actually had 11% less likely to recover rapidly the status. To sum up with some recommendations based on the findings that I showed in the previous slide, we highly advise countries to make use of quantitative methods to explore the effectiveness and cost benefit of control strategies to make more informed decisions about their implementation and to make sure that they are fit for purpose for those countries or zones that share borders with infected countries or zones, to strengthen the regional collaboration with neighbors, and to implement targeted surveillance at borders and strict control of movements. During the first year post-recovery, we advise the two countries the prioritization of resources to monitor the FMD situation for more sustained recoveries, to increase the personnel responsible for monitoring the animal health situation in veterinary services, and if that is not possible, to allocate more personnel to those areas that have a high density of livestock, to continuously evaluate the sensitivity of surveillance and early warning systems to make sure that they are able to rapidly detect FMD suspicions and therefore to rapidly implement the control strategies. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the co-authors that have helped in the conduction of this project, the Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada for providing funding for this project, and other collaborators, but especially the Status Department team at the OIE. And with that, thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to take any question.
Thank you very much to Aurelio for providing that presentation, and thank you also to the audience for posting questions on the forum. We're getting some really good ones coming in for the roundtable. So next up, we have a joint presentation from two colleagues, Roberta Palumbo and Roberto Condolio, from Istituto Zooprofilattico Sperimentale delle Regioni Lazio e Toscana, also known as IZSLT. So that pre-recorded presentation will begin now.
Hello everybody, my name is Roberto Condoleo. I am a vet and I work for a governmental veterinary institute called Istituto Zooprofilattico Sperimentale Lazio e Toscana, which is located in Rome, Italy. I'm going to present a project that I developed with my colleagues under the umbrella of the EuFMD and in collaboration with several PCP supporting officers. My presentation is about ranked foot and mouth disease hazard using expert knowledge elicitation and related PCP activities. EuFMD with FAO has developed a progressive control pathway for foot and mouth disease, also called PCP-FMD, a risk-based framework that guides endemic countries through a series of incremental steps to better manage FMD risks. PCP recognizes that differences in risk of infection occur between and within infected countries. Countries are at different stages in managing the risk of FMD infection. Basically, each country that joins the program is placed at a certain stage on the basis of the activities that have been implemented to manage FMD. However, it's possible that countries are grouped at the same stage, although the level of advance within the stage is very dissimilar. For example, two countries are both at stage 1, but one country has completed many activities of that stage, while the other is at a very initial stage of implementation. For this reason, we were asked to formulate a procedure to better categorize countries in a specific profile in accordance to the level of implementation of the control activities foreseen under the PCP program. This procedure should aid the managers to assess and monitor the progresses of the countries. To this purpose, we decided to create a tool. This tool had to meet 4 requirements. The first one is quite obvious, is to be able to rank countries on the basis of the level of implementation of the control activities. But the tool has also to able to use a specific source of information that is called self-assessment tool, or SAT. The tool has also to be rapid to update and easy to understand, especially for the risk managers. And it mustn't need computing expertise. But what's the self-assessment tool, or SAT, our source of information? SAT is a questionnaire. It's a questionnaire that collects information regarding 93 activities called statements, finalized to control foot and mouth disease at country level. The questionnaire is filled in by a contact person from each involved country, and the 93 statements are divided in 3 stages on the basis of their goals. Stage 1 statements are finalized to collect information regarding foot and mouth disease, and specifically foot and mouth disease epidemiology, to better understand the epidemiology in the country. Stage 2 statements mainly aim to reduce the impact of foot and mouth disease at least in one zone or one house boundary sector in that country. And the stage 3 statements aim at foot and mouth disease country or zonal freedom, reducing the outbreak incidence or the virus circulation. So the contact person fills in the questionnaire, assigning O score for an uncompleted activity or 1 score for a completed one. This is done for all 93 statements. However, we cannot consider all activities identical. The impact of each statement can vary. Indeed, we believe that statements, activities, don't have the same importance, the same weight within the stage they belong to. And the same is for the stages. The stages don't have the same weight, but their impact on the final objective, that is the control of the disease in the country, is incremental. Then, to better characterize the hazard, we use this formula for our tool, where H is the score calculated for each country I, S is the score O or 1 assigned to each statement S through the SAT questionnaire that I mentioned before, WS is the weight of each statement in relation to the goal of the stage of belonging, while WST is the weight of the state referred to a specific statement in relation to the final goal of the program, of the PCP program. And finally, M is the maximum achievable score that a country can reach when all activities are completed. So we have to define 2 weights, the within stage weight, WS, and the between stages weight, WST. To obtain objective result, adopting a scientific-based methodology, we decided to perform an expert knowledge elicitation using a Delphi method. 8 experts were elicited remotely through a questionnaire, and they responded individually without direct interactions with the others. We administered 2 questions. The first one, finalized to define WS, was declined for all 93 statements. Basically, we asked the expert to rate the importance of each statement in relation to their stage's goal. They could attribute a value ranging between O and 1, where O is the statement is not important at all, and 1, the statement is essential to accomplish the objective of that stage. We ask 3 values. The most important is the MPV, most probable value. It represents the true in the expert opinion. But we also ask for the minimum and for the maximum to estimate the uncertainty associated with the expert opinion. The second question was asked to define the between stages weight, WST. we ask the expert to estimate in percentage the relative weight of each stage considering the final objective of the PCP program. The 8 experts responded to our invitation. We organized one webinar before the ECE to explain the protocol and one webinar after to report the final results after the data elaboration. And regarding the results, very briefly, basically the expert judged all statements very important, or at least important. Indeed, the MPV mean value was almost always above 0.6, so quite high. Regarding the second weight, the expert's opinion revealed that stage 3 has a greater impact on managing foot-and-mouth disease, as expected, obviously. But the most important thing that with this result, we were able to quantify the ratio between the stages in terms of importance. Then we implemented the tool that at the moment is a very simple Excel spreadsheet, and using the mean values to define the 2 weights. And we applied this weighting system to real data from several different countries at different stages. I spent not more than 30 minutes to update the tools, so the tools resulted very user-friendly, very easy, very rapid to update. And you can see the results, the different scores, but the most important thing is the fact that the tool proved to have a good discrimination power, and the tools makes evident that the difference between the countries, also if the countries are at the same stage, at the same level. Then to summarize, we can say that we developed a tool that proved a good discrimination power, a tool that can rank countries on the basis of their current control activities. In the future, the tool might be useful to monitor the level of hazard in a very quick way. And we also can say that adopting an ECE methodology permitted us to define a weighting system through a scientific-based approach and to collect useful information, additional information regarding the importance of the different control activities in relation specifically to the foot-and-mouth disease. Finally, since some opinions show a low agreement between experts, a clarification on them may be useful in the future. Thank you very much to the PCOs and the EuFMD for their valuable collaboration, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much to Roberto and Roberta for that wonderful presentation and for testing my Italian pronunciation skills as well. We're going to move now on to a presentation by Neo Mapizzi from the World Organization for Animal Health, who is the Deputy Head Animal Health Information and Analysis Department. And Neo will be presenting on the Global Foot and Mouth Disease Control Strategy, Progress, Challenges and Opportunities.
Good day. My name is Neo Mapizzi from the OIE and also from the FMD Working Group, which operates under the Global Framework for the Progressive Control of Transboundary Animal Diseases, the GFTAS. We have 7 members in this working group from the FAO, EuFMD, and OIE, who are responsible for the implementation of the Global Foot and Mouth Disease Control Strategy. And in my talk, I will present on the progress made, the challenges and opportunities that present themselves to the members in the control of FMD. This strategy for FMD control has been operational since 2012 globally, when it was first launched. The specific goal of the strategy is not only to reduce the impact of FMD on animal health and production in endemic countries, but also to maintain the official FMD-free status of members who already have their statuses recognized by the OIE. In carrying our mandate of providing assistance to these countries, the working group is guided by the 3 components of the strategy, which are improving global FMD control first and foremost, strengthening of the veterinary services, and ensuring that the control of other transboundary animal diseases benefits from the structures already laid down for FMD control. The FMD working group works with countries at regional level on the implementation of their national FMD control strategies and to work together to contribute towards the objectives of the global strategy. Around 80 countries that are still reporting presence of FMD are participating in the progressive control pathway for FMD, that is the PCP. From this map, you will be drawn to the colorful areas in the Africa, Middle East, and Asia, where it can be seen that about 71 out of the 80 participating countries and zones are in the different stages of 0 to 1 of a PCP. The majority are in stages 1 and 2, where our focus of the working group is to try to advance them further up the step of the PCP. From the graph, you can see the breakdown by stages in 2020 of where the countries are. This represents notable progress compared to 2012. And there's a gradual increase in the number of countries or zones reaching OIE stages 4 when their official control programs are endorsed or their free status is recognized by the OIE. Our priority and challenge is to assist countries, especially those in stages 0 to 3 of the PCP, and for the countries to maintain momentum, which they often find it difficult without adequate financial and technical resources. FMD regional roadmap meetings provide an opportunity to measure progress made by the countries in the control of foot-and-mouth disease and to assess their regional priorities and needs. Progress is often hampered at country level by their inability to develop and present national FMD strategies, which is a prerequisite for advancement. And without a strategy to guide activities at national level, there will be little evidence-based FMD control at national level, let alone achieve regional and global control of FMD. In our collaboration with EuFMD, we have supported countries with capacity building programs to develop their strategic plans and provided the PCP tools either from FAO or OIE, and with other partners such as the network of FMD reference laboratories, also provided guidance on FMD surveillance, diagnostics, vaccine and vaccinations, among others. These activities have been achieved through regional roadmap meetings. And from 2020, we have adapted to the virtual roadmap meetings format due to the restrictions due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The idea is to continue provision of our services to the members to continue to implement their strategies. The support from international and development partners, regional and specialized organizations in their different capacities and mandates is therefore crucial to assist and guide evidence-based policies for foot-and-mouth disease control. Also to strengthen advocacy for the public-private partnerships initiatives to be integrated into the control strategies to achieve global FMD control by 2027. I thank you for your... I will be happy to take any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you to Neo for a great presentation. We now come to our final presentation for this session. It's pre-recorded from Luis Corbellini, Associate Professor, Universidade Federal do Rio Grande do Sul. And Luis will be presenting on planning foot and mouth disease surveillance systems in Brazil, a shift to free zones where vaccination is not practiced.
Hi everyone, my name is Luis Gustavo Corbellini. I'm an epidemiologist and I'm working as a consultant for the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture. And I will present the planning foot and mouth disease surveillance system in Brazil, a shift to free zone where vaccination is not practiced. The Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Supply launched the strategic plan for foot and mouth disease in Brazil in order to reformulate the National Foot and Mouth Disease Program to obtain the foot and mouth disease free status where vaccination is not practiced. The action of the strategic plan were grouped in 4 components, which are strengthening the capacity of veterinary services, enhancing the surveillance system, promoting the stakeholder interaction, and also planning the foot and mouth disease status transition. The project that I'm going to show you are within the enhancing the surveillance system component. This component has a goal, which is development of a risk-based surveillance system for foot and mouth disease. And that is what I'm going to talk about. The objective of this study is to describe the development of the strategic plan that will be applied in the surveillance system in foot and mouth disease free without vaccination areas in Brazil. A short outline of the steps of the project. The project has 4 steps. The first one is the identification of foot and mouth disease risk areas using a spatial risk model, also defining the objective of the surveillance system, defining the action of the surveillance system, and the last step is implementing the action in the state. It will occur in the next year. A participatory approach was adopted, utilizing a focus group meeting to get opinion about the spatial risk model from the veterinaries of the state veterinary offices, and also a design thinking approach with the stakeholder from the veterinary services and also private sector to define the surveillance objective and actions. Results and discussion. For the spatial risk model, data were gathered from 6 states in transition. We currently have 6 states that will be free of foot and mouth disease without vaccination next year. After that, the quality of the data were assessed, and then we made identification of foot and mouth disease risk areas using a multi-criteria approach, which was previously described. After that, a focus group meeting to discuss the results were made with the veterinarians from the state official veterinary services who are participating of this project. This is an example of the risk maps of southern states. The units is the county, and we send reports with the risk model and the maps for the veterinaries in each state, and then we ask them, are the pathway that identify the introduction and dissemination of foot and mouth disease virus, as well as the risk factors that compose this pathway in accordance with the reality of your state or with your perception of the epidemiology of disease. So that was the question used in the focus group. Based on the content analysis of the focus groups, we identified 2 types of opinion. One based on subjectivity, I mean opinions based on previous experience of foot and mouth disease outbreaks that is not in accordance with the current epidemiological situation. And the second group of opinion based on objectivity and targeted to the conceptual logic of the risk model. We use that last group of opinion to update the model. And therefore, the model was updated using opinions of the veterinarians that work in veterinary services in the states. The second step was defining the objective and action of the surveillance system. We use a design thinking approach for that. Design thinking is a method focusing on users, so we put the stakeholders on at the center. And it can help identify possible problems that we can face in the new program, generate solution and implement this solution more quickly. So we engage people throughout the process. So the first step is called immersion. In this step, we define the objective and difficulties. The objective of the program, the surveillance system, was discussed with a group of veterinary from the Ministry of Agriculture and also some veterinary from the state veterinary offices. And also we made a number of unstructured interviews with the private and public sector. And we, in this interview, we asked them about the current foot and mouth disease program and the new program, and what difficulties and what their perception about the surveillance system, about the new situation that will take place soon. The second step is the ideation. In this step, we discuss with a group of veterinary from the veterinary services the actions that we can use for the surveillance system, but we consider to plan this action, the objective defined in the step before, and also the problems and the challenge that we defined in the immersion step of the process. In the third step is the synthesis. We actually set about 20 actions based on the ideation, and actually we are currently discussing this synthesis, discussing the action that we planned. And the fourth step is the implementation of these actions. The challenge assessed during the design thinking approach was strengthen the relationship with farmers, which are very important because communication without trust is not effective. We heard some interesting phrases such as fewer fine and more education, also the importance of sharing the responsibility and provide feedback to the stakeholders. This is a very important part of a surveillance system, provide feedback. The objectives of the surveillance system assessed during the design thinking approach were reduce the risk of introduction and exposure of an animal to the foot-and-mouth disease, reduce the risks of dissemination, identify and communicate risk, and early detection. This is a very important statement said by Bush, that the first step is to clearly define the final objective that you want to achieve with the planned action. The action of the surveillance system were grouped in two ways. The first group is enhanced passive surveillance and prevention. One example to illustrate to you is the stakeholder analysis that we're going to make in order to identify and understand the need and expectation of the stakeholders, and then establish the appropriate level of communication with them. And the communication strategy is focused on build trust and engagement. The second group is monitoring of risk factor and measurement. The most of field action are in this group of action, such as surveillance visits to farms to verify risk factors, or surveillance visits to farm in high-risk farm in the network. Also, a prototype of a business intelligence to analyze the data is within this group of action. The farm visits distribution, we will consider it for this the mean risk by count. So we extract the mean risk using the software set, and then a maximum number of visits will be defined, and then multiply this maximum number of visits by the count mean risk and divided by the higher mean risk count. So the count with higher risk will have higher number of action. In conclusion, we hypothesize that stakeholders' participation will improve the acceptance of the action plan for the surveillance system. An action plan and based on clear defined objective and targeted to risk areas improve the effectiveness of the system. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you to all the speakers that had their presentations recorded. So we are now going to set up the roundtable discussion, and that will take 1 to 2 minutes. Please use the time to think of maybe some more questions that you can leave for us on the forum. See you in a bit. Welcome back, everyone. Looks like it's worked, and we are sitting virtually around the table, and we are hopefully going to have a really interesting discussion. Lots of questions have come in, and I've tried to sort of multitask, listening to your presentations and picking up some of these. Hopefully, we can also keep it a little bit interactive. So if you have questions for each other, maybe you just make me a sign, and I can give you the floor if you have questions. And then also, I think in parallel, Carissa will have an eye on the forum and pick up maybe after some time. I can ask you to pick up some more before we run out. I have no doubts that we have a lot to discuss. Maybe I will just start. There have been lots of questions for the keynote speakers, particularly for Mike. So if I can just start there, several participants have picked up on the role of uncertainty, and they were wondering whether there is any indication sort of which additional information would be most useful to reduce the uncertainty when you are using the model to predict an outbreak.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is a really great question, and I will say it's really hits at the heart of actually what our research program is going to be for the next few years. So we've been trying to look at this, working with our collaborators in Turkey, where actually data quality on outbreaks and on animal husbandry and demography is very good. And what we were planning to do with this project really is actually, well, let's look at a situation where maybe the data are not quite so good. So say deteriorate the data and then look at how that changes the predictions. And then what that can then do is then maybe inform, well, actually, we might really need to have detailed information on livestock movements, or we might really need to know, say, how the disease may be spreading in space, or capacities for vaccination and so forth. And so what we can do with the models is by removing this certainty from the system, we can see how that changes our predictions and then feed that back in to guiding future surveillance. I will say I'm not directly answering the question, because I think it is it is actually one of the purposes of our project that we want to do over the next few years, is to try to look at which of these data are really important to improve predictions and help to guide that for data collection on the ground during outbreaks.
And maybe just as a follow-up, there was also a question on the role of underreporting, because that will have an impact on your assumptions, I guess. Have you looked at that specifically?
Oh, absolutely, and I think this is very common with any disease system. And I don't want to turn this to talking about COVID again, but of course it's very relevant with COVID, of course, that we only have information on symptomatic individuals. And when you develop any model, you need to actually capture the fact that there's a whole bunch of, whether it be humans or whether it be livestock, that are unreported. And so you can build that into the system, but of course there is uncertainty around that. And when you're fitting the model, you're fitting to observed cases, but with the knowledge that you're only observing the tip of the iceberg. And then of course, as the epidemic progresses, you may get more information and you can see how it evolves. But it's important to note that for any model, what you're observing is, I say, not all of the information when it comes to cases.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Maybe for you, Emma, I have a question regarding the use of the generic approach in risk assessment. You mentioned that there is an advantage to use a generic approach. So the question is there also a disadvantage when you're using a generic approach? Can't hear you.
Sorry, Emma, you're just on mute at the moment. We get you to turn your microphone on.
Apologies for that. Yes, a really good question. Yes, I did outline the advantages, and of course there are disadvantages. So one of the advantages that I mentioned is that these tools can be used to prioritize the different diseases and pathways and countries. And actually, that was the aim for many, if not all, of the tools that I mentioned, of the 7 tools. And it's because of that, really, comes the disadvantage because of that advantage. So when you are building, therefore, this tool for prioritization, you are perhaps decreasing some of the detail within that model, because you're looking at your aim is something else. So you're decreasing the detail or the depth or the complexity of describing that pathway. So, for example, none of the tools considered control measures in any detail whatsoever. Another disadvantage is that it takes quite a while to develop these tools, because they obviously you're trying to describe the whole system rather than focusing on just one pathogen and pathway and country. And also the consideration of uncertainty and variability wasn't as complete as perhaps you would have done on a more straightforward risk assessment. So, for example, many of the tools didn't include that at all, such as, for example, Staerk was a deterministic model, and some of them are perhaps only partially. So Compare looked at variability, and MintRisk did look at uncertainty, but the handling of that wasn't as robust as perhaps if you'd done a more simple, more traditional risk assessment approach.
Thank you very much, Emma. I have a question for Aurelio. That was considering the size, or the question is whether the size of the territories is relevant, whether that has been considered, or whether it makes a difference whether you make your analysis based on the country or zone or compartment level.
Thank you, Katharina. A very interesting question. So for your first question, we did consider the size of the territories. So at the beginning, it was a bit challenging because there were differences, obviously, in the areas. So we went from other side and we considered actually the agricultural land in each country or zone. That was also create a problem because not all the agricultural land is destined to livestock. So in order to account for that, we had a different approach. What we considered it was the livestock at risk during each outbreak that led to the suspension. So that's the way that we accounted for that. We did not find any evidence in the model. One of the limitations that we had in the model is that we had a small sample size, so that could have had an impact on the power of the model. But yeah, in simple words, that's the way that we consider to account the size of the territory in the model.
And then another question had to do with the type of vaccine that's being used. So the vaccine quality, whether that is an element that you have included.
Yes, that was a question from Aldo Decker. It was nice to see that he was looking at the presentation. So that's a very, very interesting question. We mainly focus on the strategies and other factors during the time of the outbreak that led them to the recovery, but we did not focus very much in what is the post-outbreak monitoring in terms of vaccine, and especially that had, as he said, that has a big impact in the South American countries because they have relied a lot in vaccination programs. In there, we have that data. For these results, we didn't account for that, but it's interesting to actually, because we have the data, we can subset that data, make an analysis to the based on that. But for the current model, we did not assess.
Thank you very much. So I just take some questions, the first round that may be in the order of the presentations, and then we'll see what else has come up. And please also don't hesitate to think of some questions yourself as presenters. So I have some questions for Roberto. One question is whether it is possible to apply this approach to other fast diseases.
Thank you for the question. And yes, the approach can be used also for other diseases. It's a very flexible approach. It's very easy to adapt. Obviously, the most important thing is the source of information. We use the self-assessment tool, SAT, that is specifically designed for foot and mouth disease. I think that it could be modified and applied for other disease. Obviously, it's also important to mention the fact that the different countries have different peculiarities. For example, some husbandry sector are more developed in some countries and they are not developed in others. So maybe the weight is not the same, and we ask the expert a weight for a generic country. So this is a limitation. And we also speaking about the implementation of surveillance measure or control measures. We are not speaking about the risk. It's a very simple model. It's a very simple tool. It's completely different to the wonderful models I saw today that Emma presented very well. And also Mike, I didn't know the Warwick models, very interesting. Obviously, I will collect information about these models. So it's something very fast that could be used by everyone, also risk managers, in order to have just a glance regarding the situation. And obviously, I think can be applied also to other diseases.
There were also some, I don't know, some skepticism, perhaps. I guess it's quite common when you work with expert elicitation, and always some people have doubts when you see relatively small numbers. Whether you feel that this is a limitation of the method, and also maybe another question sort of on the same point, whether you have used any or included any guidance that's out there on the use of experts, for example, the EFSA guidance.
Thank you very much again for this question, because I forgot to mention that we applied the EFSA recommendation, the EFSA opinion published in 2014, I think. It's a very complete recommendation, and we adopted the Delphi method because it aims to reach the highest agreement between the experts. I didn't mention all the data, but there was a disagreement. We used standard deviation and the coefficient of variation to highlight the statements that had a certain disagreement between the experts. And we are planning another round. The results I presented are not definitive, but we are planning a second round in order to limit this disagreement, but also for this statement, also the disagreement that we had for the stages that had the most important impact on the score.
Mm-hmm. Can you give an example of where there was big disagreement between experts, just so we can sort of maybe see a little bit where the issues are?
Yes. Maybe sometimes the problem was that people are not, the expert had difficulty to think about a generic country, and they refer sometimes to a specific country. And so, for example, the measure regarding the small ruminant sector, they judged this measurement less important compared to others ones. Or the problem is that in a PCP program, some measures are propedeutic to others. So it's difficult to understand why a measure is more important or is less important, or to compare the different measures that are a part of a whole large picture.
Thank you very much, Roberto. I have some questions for Neil. One is, out of your analysis or the information that you have access to, can you say what type of assistance would support countries the most to advance along the development pathway?
Thank you, Katharina. The COVID situation has actually shown us that countries actually have experienced difficulties and challenges in moving forward and implementing the activities in the control of foot and mouth disease. For example, they have not had the opportunity to sit down and revise their plans and submit them so that they can be advanced, because one of the prerequisites of being advanced is to have a plan. Sample surveillance and shipment of samples has been impacted, as we all know that the COVID situation prevented air flights, and therefore shipment of samples from countries got stuck at the country level. They could not be transferred to the reference labs. So this opportunity of confinement and COVID situation gave the opportunity of the EuFMD working group, which is composed of OIE and EuFMD, OIE and FAO, to sit down and revise our plans, the guidelines, all the tools that we have, including the ones that Roberto was talking about earlier, the self-assessment tool, which thanks to the institution, they also help us to develop, to provide that virtual assistance to the members, to the countries, so that we have virtual meetings, they can present their plans. The virtual meetings now are commonplace, so we are using this opportunity to review country plans, talk with the regional advisory groups to advance their countries going forward. And we are also, because the countries are having financial and technical problems, and OIE may not have certain skills that are available in the FAO or are available in the EuFMD, the strength of this threesome provides that opportunity to use each other's strengths to provide assistance to countries, whether it's about risk assessment or socio-economic impact studies. And from the financial perspective, we, at the organization level, OIE or FAO, we also work with our partners and the donors, development community, to find resources to provide countries with these skills of risk assessment and socio-economic impact studies, diagnostic support. For example, with the United States Defense Threat Reduction Agency, the European Commission and its members do provide the global framework for the transboundary animal diseases, the GFTADs, with funds to basically provide support to the countries and implement their national plans and the regional FMD control strategies. Thank you.
Since you mentioned the COVID pandemic, that was also actually a specific question whether there is special assistance planned to offer for countries to deal with that, particularly countries in stage 0 to 3, so that they can to support them specifically to overcome these additional challenges due to COVID situation?
Yes, we have set up processes, or actually strengthened the processes that we already have, that before we were working at physical level with physical meetings with the countries, and then between the physical meetings, there was very little progress. So we have set up strengthened systems, for example, the PCP support officer system that we're working with EuFMD. These are experts who have been identified. They will work with the countries to advance in the development of their plans. We work with the reference labs to provide technical support on vaccines, diagnostics, vaccine matching, and proper selections of vaccines appropriate for the country level. So these are some of the activities that, as a working group, we decided, let's use this virtual platform as an advantage now to provide this assistance on a continuous basis without having to try to push a little bit during the middle of the years between roadmap meetings where there's very little activities from the countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then I also have some questions for Luis. You mentioned the participative approach. Again, I mean, just following up on the discussion just with Neo. So, I mean, during COVID, that would not be possible, or has that an impact on how you will advance with the interaction with your stakeholders? Your microphone is muted.
Okay, hello, Katharina, how are you? So you had to make the meetings in virtual meetings with the stakeholder. But one thing that was easy for us is that each state has your own group of stakeholders already selected by the strategic plan. So we have all the list, and we are discussing with them all the time the step of the project. In fact, so, but virtually. So with that organization, the kind of got easier. And actually now we are actually start discussing all the synthesis, all the action with each states in one Fox group meeting to discuss the action we planned. So it's working very well. I mean, with virtual, of course, the original project had physical meetings, but because of the COVID, we just changed the plan to work on virtual meetings, and we are doing at least one meeting by week or each 2 weeks.
Also, maybe just on the stakeholder topic, there was a question like which stakeholders were included, whether these were both public and private, or just to give some more information on that.
Okay, thank you. It's an interesting question. As I said before, for the strategic plan that are changing, you know, the program, foot and mouth disease program in Brazil, the strategic plan set a group of stakeholders in each state to work on this plan. So we already had that stakeholder working in each state, from the private, like associate of producers, president of funds, and also the public sector that are the veterinary from the local veterinary services. So we pick up them, some of them in each state, in order to have all this states, representation of one of them in each state. And for the discussion of the objective of the action, the first discussion, we got the Department of Animal Health from the Ministry of Agriculture, and then the veterinaries that work from specifically in the foot and mouth disease program. So we got them, and then we discuss the plan and the problem that you can face.
Thank you. And then I think also on one slide you you put that it's essential to build trust. So that's a sentence you can read or write very easily. But in your experience, I mean, what was essential in your setting and with your context to build this trust?
That's another challenge. This is a very also interesting question. I've been reading a lot of, including your paper that about rare disease, and a lot of paper that are discussing that. And also for me, the communication strategy is one of most important thing for exotic and eradicated disease, because we need the farmers to notificate, and then we know that there's a lot of papers reporting that there is no trust between official veterinary services and the farmers. So we know that. And actually, during the interview, it got that perception too. And then we are actually start engaging all in this process, saying we need to start to working together, because we are stopping vaccinating. Our cattle will be 100% susceptible, and if you got a case, I mean, we can see in COVID, I mean, the consequence would be catastrophic. So what are we doing? We are planning a guideline with the most important thing that the communication strategy must to do. Starting for a simple thing, from the visit to farm, the look at the eyes of the producer. This is one thing that you build trust. This is one thing. So local interpersonal communication. Also, all this internal communication, I mean, feedback that you need. We have to improve that. All those things that we are reading. I'm reading all those things that improve this engagement and to build this trust. It's not easy. No, it's not easy, but there's something that you can change our behaviors, and also how to communicate constantly in the surveillance system with the stakeholders. And that I show you the importance of the stakeholder analysis. We need to identify them in detail from the local to the state and in Brazil, to establish a communication strategy, a constant communication, feedback, and because we see that there's a problem in communication. So we need to improve all those aspects. But we are constructing a guidelines in order to build this trust. It's not easy. It's a challenge, a very interesting challenge, because we are aware that early notification is one of the best tools that we have to the surveillance system. For that, we need the trust.
Thank you very much. Carissa, any more questions come in the meantime? I've seen some text flying past, but I've not been able to pick up.
Certainly. There's a question here for Neo regarding what are the PCP statuses of countries like India, China, Mongolia, which have a blue color, i.e. an OIE endorsed FMD control program. Is it possible to link the two levels between the OIE status and the PCP level?
Thank you, Carissa. That's a good question, because it shows the linkage between the PCP process and the OIE process. And these are not two separate things going in parallel. The countries advance themselves along the PCP process from 1 to 3 by presenting their plans. And once they are at stage 2, they present their plans at the PCP level to get their planned official control program for the control of foot-and-mouth disease to be accepted by the FMD working group and endorsed by the regional advisory group. That is a region. These are experts and chief veterinary officers, delegates of that particular region. So when their program is accepted, they move into stage 3 of the PCP process. And then when there are programs, they are implementing their programs, continuously implementing all the measures. They then ask for OIE endorsement of their programs. And then they move on to stage 4. So that is where the link is. And they need to present information that they've been doing all along to the OIE for them to be endorsed so that they can continue working on their program at stage 4 to eliminate foot and mouth disease or reduce the circulation of the virus and effective control of the disease. So there's a linkage between that. And currently, we are strengthening that linkages to make sure that countries actually, when they are submitting programs for OIE endorsement, they stand a better chance of them being endorsed because they have shown implementation of their activities for stage 3 and the previous stages 2 and 1. So there is that link there. So there are countries which are on the blue are the ones that have their OIE programs endorsed, and then they move on to those who are in green, OIE programs endorsed. Those who are in stage, the pale blue and the dark blue, are those who have the different status, whether it's FMD free with vaccination or FMD free without vaccination. That is the color coding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Neo. We had a couple of questions about that, so that's covered off on those nicely. Thanks for your explanation. I think there is one question here for Roberto. Are there any plans to externally validate the tool? Perhaps by comparing it to real-life examples of how particular elements of the PCP impact on level of viral circulation?
Okay, about the validation, it's a very good question. It's not easy, but the tool produces outputs that are current with the stages. Obviously, we want more discrimination power, but the results that we have are current, and we also are going to assess the uncertainty because we ask the expert also the minimum and maximum acceptable values. So we aim in the future to try to also to receive and collect the real data from other countries and try to have a big picture and try to validate the tool. Regarding the virus circulation, I think that it's something that's specific to stage 3, and it's something about to reduce also the incidence of the outbreak. So, for example, the statements, the activities that are correlated to the surveillance are very important in order to reduce the circulation, because it's possible to act very quickly and to stop the chain of infectionness.
Great, thank you, Roberto.
I hope I respond to the question.
I believe you did, yes, thank you. Katharina, did you have any other questions you wish to raise?
Yes, I think there was maybe one more going back, closing the circle, so to speak, going back to Mike. And this was about the utility of models for prediction, specifically on the impact of control. I guess that probably takes us also back to COVID, but I'm not sure. Is Mike even around?
Yeah, I'm still here, yeah.
Sitting around the table still, okay.
Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I can't see you, but that's fine.
Oh, okay. My microphone seems to be on and I can see myself. So, yeah, I mean, that's a great question. I'll keep this very brief because I'm aware of time. But I think this was a question from Cohen, and I think it's a really insightful point. I would say, to answer this very briefly, that I'm quite happy to discuss it offline further. The key thing for me with this, and I've already touched on this, is communicating uncertainty. These model predictions can play a role, but it's really important when we do use our models for prediction during ongoing outbreaks that we communicate that uncertainty. That's often really difficult, and I have found this to some extent with livestock disease in the past, but particularly with COVID, that sometimes it's deemed that uncertainty cannot be understood by the general public. And sometimes that is sort of removed when the models are sent through and reported. And I think that's disappointing. And I know with Cohen's question, he actually alluded to the idea of weather prediction. And I find it quite odd because in a way, we are quite happy with the idea that tomorrow there's a 10% chance of rain. And we understand that it's uncertain. And I think actually it's very important when we're communicating livestock disease forecasts that there is uncertainty around what may happen tomorrow. There's more uncertainty around what may happen next week, and even more about what may happen in the long term. And I think it's very important as modelers or as epidemiologists in general that we make sure that we accurately communicate, that we cannot categorically say with 100% certainty what's going to happen in the future.
Do any of you have questions for each other, perhaps? We have a few more minutes, I understand. Anything that's come up? Yes, please, Aurelio.
So, Katharina, there was a question, I think probably we missed, that was addressed for me about the hazard ratios for the results of the veterinarians that we presented. That, yeah. So I just would like to address that before we go. So, in the way that we measured that was based in the numbers of veterinarians per 100,000 animals. So that was the ratio that we use. So now this can be a topic of discussion for the whole day because it was very difficult and very challenging to come out with a sound ratio because of the difference in the production systems and the difference in the veterinary capacities of each country. So, but we measure it in that way. But an interesting thing that we would like to do is try to flip a little bit this funding, try to propose to organizations such as the OIE, the EuFMD, to try to do more an in-depth analysis on what would be an acceptable ratio of veterinarians considering the number of livestock that you have in your country and considering the production system and the veterinary capacity of each country. So yeah, that's. I'm not sure, probably I didn't answer the question, but try to flip it a bit in the way that we would like to interpret those results.
Thank you very much for this edition, Aurelio. Anything else that anyone would like to say? If not, I thank you once again for your participation, for your openness to address these questions in a virtual space and to be very open and flexible to deal with this format. I think the session has been very interesting, both in terms of technical aspects, but then also sort of the real life context and the challenges that are being faced. And I think more of this we will discuss this afternoon when it comes to the costs and also the communication aspects. So I hope that you and many other participants that have been following us live this morning or whatever time of the day it is where you are, will rejoin us later today. So that's at 1 o'clock CET. That's in about 2 hours that we will continue this session. In the meantime, you can also go see the posters in the virtual room. And before I end, I really want to thank the EuFM team for guiding us through this morning. It worked seamlessly. I'm surprised how quickly you get used to this and how well it works. So excellent. Thank you very much. And thank you particularly to Carissa, who will not be with us this afternoon, if I'm correct. So thank you very much for your support. That was very much appreciated. So thanks, and hopefully see you later.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the EuFMD Open Session. This is the second session from Risk to Actions, Make Them Happen. My name is Nick Lyons. I'm a veterinary epidemiologist working with EuFMD and the University of Liverpool, where I'm an honorary research fellow. I'm really pleased to welcome back Katharina, who will be chairing the session, and I'll be assisting her this afternoon to moderate the session. And this will follow the same format as before, as this morning, with 2 live keynotes and 4 pre-recorded presentations. Please remember to use the forums to ask any questions. But now let's go over to you, Katharina, to get started.
Thank you very much, Nick. Welcome back, everyone, to the continuation of this session. In the first part, we have already covered quite a few technical aspects, modeling and surveillance, and we are now moving on to what we could summarize maybe as the social science aspects, specifically economics and communication. And for these 2 topics, we have keynote speakers. And it is my pleasure to introduce the first one. First keynote speaker is Carl Rich. He is with the International Livestock Research Institute, and he will speak on methods for economic evaluation of surveillance, prevention, and control measures, considering transboundary animal diseases, risk, and cost of mitigation measures. Welcome, Carl. Thanks for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Katharina. Thank you, Nick. In my talk today, I want to give an overview of some kind of where we're at in terms of looking at issues of economic evaluation, of surveillance, of prevention and control measures. And I really want to sort of give a kind of state of play as far as where we're at and where we're going in terms of economic impact assessments. Next slide, please. So I'll provide a brief introduction. I will review some methods. I talk about sort of yesterday's news, what we've done in the past, what we shouldn't be doing now, but some things that we're doing today that are actually quite exciting and I think need to be mainstreamed a bit more. I'll then run through some case studies as I have time using some of these improved tools, and I'll talk through some conclusions and ways forward as far as how we can actually make these more actionable and mainstream these types of techniques. Next slide, please. As an economist, one of the things that's been quite exciting over the past decade plus is the interest and appreciation that economic assessments have in the context of animal diseases. And it's been really heartening to sort of see, various groups, ranging from international organizations, universities, and governments to really prioritize their, where economics fits into the veterinary spectrum. And this has been driven by some important rationales, the need to prioritize resources in scarce funding environments, to find ways of trying to prioritize disease investments, as well as to move towards an evidence-based decision-making process. And a good case in point here is the most recently funded GBADS initiative from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation that's being run out of Liverpool, where they're really trying to promote a more economic-focused way of veterinary decision-making. Now, there are some core principles that I wanted to sort of emphasize, and I'll go through this a little bit more in a moment. But the real kind of core principles to consider here are trying to be more robust and more complete in terms of our analysis. We often kind of look at impact assessments from the standpoints of the farm and from the standpoint of just costs. And what I'll try to impress in this talk so we need to be a bit more holistic in terms of how we do this. Second, it's important to try to integrate tools across disciplines. And for economists, social scientists, epidemiologists, and others to work more hand in hand. Related to this is that being robust need not be complex, that you can actually do very good economic analyses in using fairly simple, pragmatic tools. Next slide, please. It's important to emphasize that all forms of economic impact assessments are a type of cost-benefit analysis. And cost-benefit analysis is comparing the additional benefits of an investment or intervention against their additional costs. What differs across these types of assessments is what goes into the computation of additional benefits and additional costs. For many, many years, and we still do this to some extent, there has been probably an overemphasis on accounting methods. We add up the costs, we add up the benefits through fairly quick and dirty methods, and we come up with some sort of answer. And I call this sort of yesterday's news because it sort of misses a lot of the real key richness that economics and the social sciences can bring. For instance, that markets and systems adjust. And so if you have a veterinary intervention, there's going to be a market adjustments. There's going to be an adjustment of local value chains that might influence how the disease changes as a result of those. Your impacts could also be multifaceted. That your impacts may not just be at farm level, but there could be downstream impacts. There could be impacts on the wider economy. And there could be other sorts of impacts that are not considered in terms of social dynamics, inter-household bargaining, and so on, that often aren't measured, but have an important influence in terms of how diseases themselves should be measured. Behind diseases are people. And with an intervention, people are going to respond and adjust their behavior. And all of these combined are going to have an influence on how a disease will evolve and whether or not a mitigation is successful. And so for mitigation to be successful, we need to take into account what people throughout the system, not just farmers, might do. And so this requires a more holistic and comprehensive approach given these range of impacts. Next slide, please. So just to kind of give you a sense of some earlier frameworks in terms of how we look at this, from the context of FMD, we need to look a bit more broadly than just the farm level. And so it's looking not just at what happens on the production side, but also issues of risk, issues of households, issues of resilience, animal welfare, and so on. And so the bigger picture in terms of the impact of a disease is much more than what we see at the farm level. Next slide, please. Now, this comes from a paper that I did during my PhD, over 15 years ago now, trying to summarize some of the types of tools that are out there. And these tools are largely still ones that we could potentially use in our arsenal. And so I'll go through some of these, maybe emphasize where we've actually made some improvements and some adjustments over the last decade or so. Next slide, please. Before I go into methods, though, I think it's important to review some fundamental principles when doing an animal disease impact assessments. First is to focus beyond the farm gates. It's not just about looking at farm impacts, but looking at what happens downstream to processors, to slaughterhouses, to consumers, to other parts of the economy. Second, it's important to understand dynamic effects. That it's not looking at what happened at a given period of time, but how do we actually see how things evolve as a result of an intervention? And so we've made some progress in terms of using value chain methods, starting from some of our work that we did in avian flu, but those again are snapshots. And so it's kind of moving from the snapshots to the movie. Third, any sort of impact assessments need not just include economists. A good impact assessment needs to require a team of dedicated social scientists, economists, veterinarians, risk analysts, epidemiologists that are all working together for a common cause. Fourth, and probably pretty critical, economics needs to be part of the process from the beginning and not tacked on at the end. Oftentimes you'll see economics sort of thrown in at the end of a project just to get that number that they need for government or for a donor. Fifth, it's not just about costs. There are countless papers that I've reviewed over the last several years where you get a result that the cost of X disease is Y. But that's not science. What do those numbers mean? What drives them? What causes them? What are those implications? So it's not just about quantifying things, it's about going to the deeper picture about what those numbers actually mean. Behavioral effects also matter. How do diseases and their mitigations affect various types of dynamics within households, within people's incentives, within their production practices, and so on? And finally, looking at institutions. How do institutions that govern veterinary control change and are influenced through a disease and through a disease mitigation strategy? How sophisticated we go varies. It depends a lot in terms of our resources, in terms of the questions we're trying to ask, and time. But it's important to emphasize that doing a good analysis need not require the fanciest model around, that you can do good, pragmatic analyses with, with more simplistic tools. Next slide, please. So some examples here, and those in red, I'm going to give a kind of a brief overview of some applications in this presentation. There's various models out there looking at multi-sector impacts that highlights different effects on prices, on sector dynamics, on employment effects, and some sources here that one could see some examples of those. An area that I've been doing a lot of work on in the past decade is on system dynamics. And what this does is to integrate multiple parts of the veterinary system, looking at its marketing systems and its value chains alongside epidemiology, production, trade, livelihoods, environment, and so on, to develop a more holistic, integrated way of understanding both the short and long-term impacts of disease. There's been some work working at using agent-based and network analyses, which I think needs to, which more emphasis needs to be done on. Looking at more holistic approaches, and I'll give an example of this at the end, that go beyond accounting forms of cost-benefit analysis, but are not necessarily complex in terms of their analytical sophistication. And finally, trying to use more institutional or game theoretic approaches to understand these issues of behavior and incentives. It's important that we can to realize that we can also mix and match methods. That there's not one method that's better than another. It depends on the team, on the resources, and the time that you have at hand. Next slide, please. So some examples, and I'll go through these pretty quickly because I have a number of them. An example from Scotland using time series approaches, trying to understand, what are some of the direct and indirect effects of different types of vaccination policies, taking into account the logistical aspects of storing vaccine, storing different amounts of vaccine at different points in time. And so here are some box charts to sort of show you some of the results, trying to understand these indirect costs of different scenarios. Next slide, please. Last year, we did some work with FAO and ACAR looking at African swine fever in Vietnam. And so we use a number of different types of methods here. One was sort of a quick and dirty, kind of accounting approach of trying to count up the house level effects, the subsidy effects, and what are sort of the brute force first round approximation of total sector effects from African swine fever. And so here we estimated from this sort of quick and dirty approach, a loss of about $409 million. Next slide, please. But we can go deeper than this. And so our analysis in Vietnam also looked at sector level impacts, trying to use a multi-market model to understand the effects of disease-related supply shocks on consumers, on consumers, on trade restrictions, and so on. And so what we did here is we tried to distinguish between the losses between the traditional sector, the commercial pig sector, and the modern pig sector. And we actually showed that there was a bit of a difference in terms of who actually benefited or gained from these types of diseases. We actually found that the modern sector actually had some additional gains from ASF because they were more equipped and more biosecure in order to meet that segment of the market that required more disease-secure production. Next slide, please. We also used a social accounting matrix. And a social accounting matrix, very briefly, is a snapshot of the transactions within an economy. And what we did with this was to quantify the impact on GDP, as well as overall employment. And we looked at different types of scenarios in terms of the number of pigs that were culled as a result of ASF. The middle one on 25% is about what the reduction was in Vietnam from the 2019 outbreak. And so we estimated, a GDP loss of nearly 1%, or US $2.2 billion, and over 600,000 jobs lost as a result. Next slide, please. Systems approaches look at the dynamic coevolution of various drivers of disease. And so we can use these types of models to do ex-ante quantitative analysis to look at alternative interventions. So we can set up our systems. We can actually use these as a way of trying to quantify different types of what-if scenarios. Our performance indicators can include issues of profitability. They can look at how market parameters vary over time. But then they could also look at other sorts of non-economic factors, such as gender relations, land use, and so on. An exciting thing about these, and one of the things that we're doing at ILRI, is to try to develop these through participatory means. Next slide, please. And so I'll run through an animation here. So next one, please. So this comes from Nicaragua. And so here we use our participatory process to develop a dairy sector model with various actors from the dairy value chain. So assembled here are a group of producers, extension workers, and so on. Next slide, please. From these sessions, we were able to come up with a conceptual framework of our model. Next slide. We then took this and parameterized this in our system software to develop an analytical model to do our what-if analysis. Next slide. And then we use this to simulate various types of scenarios to look at, so across different types of metrics, what are the impacts of different types of policies, and to conduct various types of sensitivity analysis to see, what drives these models. Next slide. Recently, we've been using participatory GIS tools to try to understand where these processes take place spatially, and so to try to fill in that gap in terms of what's actually happening within a specific landscape in which a disease takes place. And so this is some work that we did in Zambia a few years ago. Next slide. Where we engage with stakeholders and try to understand the different overlays of various kinds of value chain as well as epidemiological processes. Next slide. We've used these tools recently in Timor-Leste, in which we've tried to use participatory processes through an online virtual platform. Given that we weren't able to travel much this year, we facilitated a virtual facilitation where we tried to use these participatory processes to understand the different drivers of African swine fever, to get a sense of how marketing, production practices, livelihoods, and social cultural practices all interact in terms of ASF mitigation and control. Next slide. And so from this process, we were able to come up with a conceptual model that will, hopefully in the future be able to parameterize and to use to do some additional type of sensitivity and simulation analysis. Next slide. I'll give a last example in terms of some work that we did in Uruguay. And I gave this example at a webinar last week, but just for those of you that weren't in attendance on this, this is some really exciting work that we did last year for the government of Uruguay to get a sense of what the returns of moving to FMD free without vaccination might be. And so we looked at different scenarios of FMD freedom, a no vaccination policy, a no vaccination plus policy where greater investments in surveillance and veterinary services was made, as well as looking at an enhanced vaccination policy. We looked at various types of incursion possibilities, in terms of FMD happening in neighboring countries, as well as in Uruguay. And we also looked at different types of benefits from market access, in terms of the types of new market access that could be opened up from this change in policy, and tried to then also derive the different types of costs from extensive consultation with industry and government. Next slide. And so our approach here was to try to understand what's happening, on the cost side, based on these different strategies, to look at different markets and different market opportunities, both with and without FMD vaccination, and to put this all into a state contingent cost-benefit framework. Next slide. We did a large landscape of the various types of costs in terms of FMD, ranging from import control to biosecurity to vaccination, traceability, surveillance, contingency plans, and so on. Next slide. We cost out the different types of mitigations, and much of this done through industry and government consultation, trying to quantify the various benefits, comparing the status quo with our different no vaccination policies and an enhanced vaccination policy. Next slide. We looked at some of the market benefits, and these are relatively modest. That's generally the type of markets that would be open would be in offals or other types of bone-in products. But there are some benefits that we did find from this, that there's greater pricing flexibility for one, and there's also implicit benefits, that by being FMD free without vaccination, you're able to open your markets up sooner, and there's a sort of a benefit from that in terms of the avoided losses from continuing vaccination. Next slide. Our net present values in a no vaccination strategy are positive. And so we clearly saw some economic benefits from doing this vis-a-vis the status quo. Next slide. I'll conclude here. And so I do want to emphasize that economics is an important part of veterinary decision-making. Our good decisions require better tools. There's been a lot of dynamism in the last decade on using novel tools, and that needs to be encouraged and emphasized. We still have some gaps, and particularly in terms of institutions and institutional change. And an important issue that we need to sort of recognize is finding ways to dial down the complexity of institutional analysis in ways that can reach a wider audience. It's also important to find ways of looking more closely at household dynamics and livelihoods, gender responses, and various types of issues related to what's happening in those markets, particularly for small ruminants and poultry. And last, and I think an important thing to emphasize, is how do we actually bring and mainstream these kinds of tools into our curricula, into the training of the next generation of economists, of veterinarians, and epidemiologists. With that, I'll close. I've got a couple slides at the end just to give some credit to our funders and some references for those of you that might be interested in some more information. So I'll thank you and take any questions.
Thank you very much, Carl. I think I squeeze in a question before we move on to the next keynote. I'm wondering, to do the economic assessment, you need all these numbers. This can be hard to come by. What's your experience? Is that where your participatory approaches come in, or how do you? Can you maybe just comment on that?
That's a great question, and especially in developing country settings where official statistics or getting really good on-the-ground information is quite challenging, if not impossible. The participatory approaches that we've been using have been really, I think, eye-opening in that regard. Because what they enable us to do is to not just get more information in terms of numbers, but how those numbers actually fit together in terms of the structure and the sort of the behavior that's kind of behind those numbers. So I talked about earlier that it's not just about costs, but what drives and what's behind those costs. And so through participatory processes, what we've been able to do is to try to get, is really to get both. We're able to get more information and more hard data. We're also able to contextualize what that data means to develop and drive analyses that give us more robust analysis.
That's great. I can assure you it's not just in developing countries, even in
of course.
Even in my department, we could be struggling to disentangle our budget lines and so on. Thank you very much, Carl, for this. And we are looking forward to see you join the roundtable discussion towards the end of the session.
Look forward. Thanks.
With that, we move on to the second keynote presentation, and this is delivered by Lisa Boden. She is professor in population medicine and veterinary public health policy, and she's also deputy director of the EPIC, Scottish Government Centre for Expertise on Animal Disease Outbreaks, and she works at the Royal Vic School of Veterinary Studies and at the Roslin Institute. And the title of her presentation is the Effective Risk Communication for Better Preventive Measures, Barriers, Opportunities and Strategies to Ensure Adequate Response to Risk Change. Thank you very much, Lisa, for joining us today, and the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Katharina. It's a real pleasure to be here and to be invited to speak on this. So as Katharina mentioned, I'll be speaking about effective risk communication broadly for animal disease emergencies. And I'll be drawing on my experience in EPIC, which is a Scottish Government Centre of Expertise on animal disease outbreaks. In Scotland, we have 4 centres of expertise, one on climate, water, plant health, And EPIC, as it pertains to animal disease outbreaks, is unique in that it, unlike the other centers, has both an emergency and non-emergency function. It's a consortium that brings together 6 different organizations across Scotland with multidisciplinary expertise. We bring together not only veterinary epidemiologists, but also statisticians, modelers, social scientists, people in policy and law, in order to be able to solve these problems and respond in a rapid way when the policy demand occurs. So if I move to the next slide, please. I want to start with this proposition that communication, and in particular risk communication, is considered both an art and a science. And perhaps we invest considerably and effectively in the latter, but think a little bit less about the former. And in thinking about that, communication itself is a set of technical expertise that's important and is just as important as epidemiology and economics and development of vaccines and social science, and should really have a seat at that table in a risk outbreak strategy. Next slide, please. In this presentation, I'm going to start with the end, which is my main messages, but fundamentally, I'm going to take you through risk communication, offer some thoughts on the development of a risk communication strategy, and look at some opportunities and barriers to that in terms of operationalization. But I want to make sure that the takeaway messages are clear. Firstly, that we're living in this era really of accelerating risks and high uncertainty, and there are increasing numbers of new emerging infectious diseases and existing ones too that require and demand an anticipatory approach and increased preparedness for the public in order to be able to respond to that risk effectively. And with the increasing amount of data and highly sophisticated techniques, particularly in forecasting, there's an equivalent policy demand for rapid tools to make decisions. And these lead to really robust risk assessment techniques, but even those might fail in practice if we don't really think about the accounts of those lived experiences of stakeholders in the context in which they live. So ultimately, what I want to end up concluding by the end of this presentation is that we have a moral and professional imperative as scientists and decision makers in this risk governance process to close and communicate knowledge gaps effectively. And that really requires improving our preparedness, getting the right people around the table, and importantly, committing to engaging with a different, diverse set of audiences from the outset so that we can fully prepare appropriately. Next slide. So I started by proposing that we're in this era characterized by accelerating risks, and that was really something that was first characterized by Tom Friedman, who's a journalist and an author, and he was really referring to this exponential growth in technology, climate change, and globalization. And what that's meant is that with this history of increasing liberalization of international trade and translocation of non-native species in combination with climate change, and then pre-COVID, when we had increased levels of global movement of people, animals, and animal byproducts, that's led to an increased risk of emergence of these new and existing animal and zoonotic disease. But it's unclear because there's a high degree of certainty about when and where they might emerge and who will be the most affected. Next slide, please. So concurrently, as I mentioned, there's this increasing policy demand for high-speed technocratic approaches. There's been an increasing rise in popularity with forecasting tools and in particular algorithms. But there hasn't been this concurrent rise in risk communication strategies around those, which perhaps complements them. So perhaps our technical expertise is outstripping that of our communication strategies, which need to sort of complement them. And this letter by my colleague Alex Corbishley from the University of Edinburgh draws some comparisons between the current COVID-19 pandemic and the foot and mouth disease 2001 outbreak in the UK. And he asks the question, have we not been here before, and what lessons have we learned? So next slide, please. I think that's really important because when you're producing a highly technical and risk assessment that's quite robust and there's a foreseeable nature of the outcome, if you fail to communicate risk effectively, there's potential there for some accountability, if not culpability, for the risk management process. So in the face of a particularly frightening risk, the public is seeking information to determine whether the crisis is going to affect them, how it's going to affect them, how they should think, and then what they should do. So the risk reduction strategy really has to take into account their lived experience and what how they might respond to risk communication about particular interventions. Once you start to think about changing people's behaviors, you also have to consider how their behaviors might change in unintended ways. And on the right-hand side here, I just have an image of a picture from Aquila in Italy. There was an earthquake there in 2009. I picked this example because it's particularly dramatic. In that earthquake, the earthquake was predicted accurately. There was some assessment that there could be secondary tremors. But the risk communication was that people should not evacuate and that they should go home. As a result, 6 scientists and a public servant were subsequently found liable for multiple manslaughter on the basis that their communication had been overly reassuring, in the judge's words. So in other words, it wasn't the risk assessment or management that was at fault, it was the way that they had communicated risk, which had resulted initially in the judge's eyes in hundreds of people who had died and thousands of people who were injured and tens of thousands of people who were dislocated from their homes. That court case was overturned, but the point that I'm making is that there are significant consequences of getting communication wrong. Next slide, please. So from a technical point of view, risk communication is multidimensional, it's an iterative process, and it's interactive, and it's about exchange. So it's not just about sharing information in a unidirectional way, it's understanding how that information is going to land with different audiences. So there's a degree of empathy that's required. And an engagement from the beginning. The aim really of communication is about achieving convergence and clarity, that is overlapping understanding of one another's views. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's a congruent view, that we agree what the view is. So that allows for this different swirl of arguments from multiple sources and competing points of view. We take communication for granted a lot of the time, so the expertise in this area is often under-recognized and undervalued and sometimes not included in different teams. Next slide, please. But it's really important because the risk communication aims, although very simple on paper, are actually quite difficult to achieve. So the ABCs are about advancing knowledge, but that really comes through a better understanding of attitudes and values and how people are living their lives, how they're practicing their work, and what perception that they might have concerning the risk. And if we understand that, we can then better understand how to modify behavior and then communicate those trade-offs between the risks and the harms of doing something or doing nothing at all. And that leads to better conflict reduction through collaboration with other stakeholders. Next slide, please. So risk communication, therefore, is really at the heart of a risk governance framework. It really drives in an iterative fashion the move from understanding on the right-hand side of the screen, from understanding the risk and the risk perception, to making decisions about how that risk should be framed and the cultural values that go into that, and then how we might manage that risk very effectively. In the absence of good risk communication, there's the possibility of erosion of trust from the public and misallocation of funds, as well as perhaps misguided policies or secondary behaviors from people's decision-making processes. Next slide. So I want to offer a couple of points about developing a risk communication strategy, and I'll go through the next couple of slides in detail for each. Before I do that, I just want to pause and just highlight the picture on the right-hand side, which comes from a Wellcome Trust collection a number of years ago, to think about keeping at the back of our minds how we frame a risk communication strategy and the methods with which we do it, which are very sensitive to the cultures in which the risk is being felt the most. Next slide. So increasing public preparedness is always more effective if it's done ahead of time. And of course, there are lots of ways that we prepare for outbreaks. We simulate outbreaks, we exercise them, and we learn lessons from them. But here I'm really trying to foreground the idea that risk prevention messaging is more effective than risk likelihood messaging. And I also want to think here more about how you build teams to improve preparedness and risk communication. the resilience of the team, the depth and the breadth of their expertise and their familiarity with communication structures, the organizational culture, which I'll say a little bit more about later, the frequency with which people communicate within that team, but then out with the team to different sectors of the population, and how well known and credible they are in those areas, how people leverage their expert knowledge and partnerships, and then how people choose strategies for message dissemination, and then whether or not the team itself is agile enough to be able to evaluate and provide feedback to enhance future effectiveness of that communication strategy in real time. Next slide. One of the most important things of a strategy is about understanding the audiences that you're trying to reach within a risk event or a disease emergency. And in order to do this, you need to really take into account existing networks in which those audiences are embedded, and consider particularly the power asymmetries in society that make risky behaviors more or less possible. So on the right-hand side here, there's an image that I sort of wanted to take you through. It's from the International Risk Governance Council framework. I like it because it shows along the bottom this move from left to right of the risk characteristic. So thinking about whether or not an outbreak is something simple, whether there are increasing degrees of complexity, the levels of uncertainty or lack of information, and then ambiguity. In other words, are there multiple policy choices that might be made? And if we move up the graph, you can see then you have different types of participation which correspond to the types of actors that are involved. And if you just highlight in the next slide there, so those actors might range from a fairly narrow scope of actors, from regulatory industry bodies, but as complexity and uncertainty increases, we're starting to think about involving external scientists and other stakeholders, and then moving all the way to the right. In ambiguous situations, we have to facilitate communication in such a way that we can constructively involve wider civil society in that debate, particularly when there are multiple policy choices that might result in trade-offs and unintended consequences. So in order to be able to communicate that well, policymakers really have to understand how different actors are embedded within the policy context and the lives in which they lead. Communication is really therefore about understanding not just the individuals themselves, but perhaps their trusted circle of influential partners, their ways of working, and it's about being clear about where the harms and benefits lie in the communication, and in particular, thinking about framing the message such that it's either a positive message or there's some kind of incentivization for people to take up different interventions. Next slide, please. Importantly, with any audience, there's going to be a degree of miscommunication or a lack of convergence or overlapping understanding of each other's beliefs and values. And these barriers really come down to three major areas. They're language barriers, they're cultural barriers, or they're misinformation barriers. Language barriers, of course, are basic language barriers, where we don't share the same primary language, but they are also really about the language of numeracy and statistics. And they're about the language of different, very elastic concepts like what is risk, likelihood, and uncertainty, as well as perhaps within our own settings as scientists, a lack of standardization, perhaps a dissonance between the way that we frame certain technical concepts and how the public perceives them. And then I guess an element of technical jargon, which is sort of impenetrable, perhaps, if we're trying to communicate outwards. Culture is really sort of underpins that. So understanding the cultures in which people live and operate, the sensitivities around religion, emotional lives, and traditions also underpin how people perceive and respond to risk and their risk appetite. And lastly, misinformation has become more and more of a problem. There's a 24 news cycle and there's a democratization of data, but not all of those data are good data or good information. And in the absence of in the absence of critical thinking skills, sometimes it can be very difficult to decipher what is useful information or not. So for every risk communication strategy, we also have to be thinking about how we are managing, if you like, the infodemic. Next slide, please. The perception of risk is really critical. So most of the public stress to response to a risk event is due to perception, and that associated with how close the public perceives it is to the risk. So whether or not they think it's within or out with their control, whether it's reversible, whether or not they can do anything about it. Next slide, please. So within EPIC, it's about creating credible communication channels between scientists and policymakers, and between scientists and industry. In this graph, I just wanted to highlight how we work in EPIC. We invest and pay special attention to the role of knowledge brokers or risk communication specialists that sit inside Scottish Government. So those scientists sit there to translate the scientific questions into policy and vice versa, so that in a disease emergency, we can improve and increase the speed at which we're communicating. So those relationships are really built in, if you like, peacetime or non-emergency situations, so that we can facilitate that trust, and we exercise it almost on a daily basis. Knowledge brokers are what we call T-shaped scientists. They have a deep stem of technical knowledge, but also broad interdisciplinary fluency, and so in order to enable to speak across different disciplinary domains and facilitate cross-pollination. Next slide. The how we speak is as important as what and why we're saying it. So the type of risk communication really depends on how complex the situation, the level of risk and risk perception, and of course risk appetite, as I mentioned. 3 exemplar ways of communicating include a push, a pull, and an exchange model. So a push model is pretty traditional in academia. It's about putting out information to improve illiteracy about a risk. But it runs the danger really of being an oversimplification, that ignorance is the issue. And by addressing that gap, you're going to change behavior for which there is limited scientific evidence. So in peacetime, or in out with a disease emergency, we focus on perhaps collecting feedbacks and preferences about decisions and policies through consultation and engagement with industry. And that can be quite a slow process. So co-determination or exchange model works best when we're trying to move rapidly from a non-emergency to an emergency event. And in that model, we're embedding stakeholders at the very beginning of our process through the development of risk assessment into risk management and the development of guidelines. And by that, we establish loyalty and trust, and then create a pathway through which we can amplify some of the messages that we're making. And it facilitates a really rapid decision-making process. Next slide, please. That process only works if we are building that trust all the time in between risk events, so in pre- and post-pandemic situations. That high level of trust can reduce social uncertainty and complexity. And that's really important, because a lack of trust in the communicator and the audience, and in the organization rather, causes an audience to view certain risks as greater than they are and lose confidence in those developing policy. So the information has to be credible, truthful, and consistent, really, in highly complex events. Next slide. Particularly as events are changing all the time. So we have to have an agile and flexible framework in which our strategy to communicate is changing at the same time as the event is changing. So you might have convergence perhaps in very early stages of an outbreak, but that might dissipate as soon as new information emerges, and that can be very important to bring the audience with you. Next slide. And of course, we have to think all the time about ethical risk communication. So along the left-hand side here are the 4 principles, biomedical ethical principles. So we have to communicate in a way that we convey and understand whether there's variability in groups, so that some members might be disproportionately affected than others. We have to communicate whether or not risk management recommendations create or worsen inequalities. We have to identify any competing interests and conflicts, and we have to be transparent really about any assumptions or sources or degree of uncertainty. Next, please. Lastly, it's really important to treat risk communication as you would in any risk intervention process. So create opportunities to learn from previous experiences. So this isn't just about leaving it to the end of an outbreak to have a lessons learned, but having an agile approach to lessons learned while the outbreak is occurring. The only way that you can do that is if you are collecting and benchmarking views about risk perception from the very beginning, and then including at the outset a monitoring and evaluation program. The role of organizational culture, again, I think isn't something that we think very much about, but is truly important, that we have areas of psychological safety within teams. In other words, can your team speak truth to power, even if they're junior or new entrants in an organization? And lastly, are we looking hard enough beyond our organizational structures and disciplinary silos to include the right expertise at the right time around the table? Last slide, please. So in summary, effective communication with the appropriate audiences at the right time leads to better and more ethical risk management on the ground. And it ensures also that we're getting the state-of-the-art knowledge in decision-making. And I want to leave sort of with the final point that our role as risk communicators is really as enablers to help people navigate towards these more credible sources of information, so that over time we're helping people improve their risk judgment and corresponding risk-related behaviors in complex contexts. And for me, what that means in practice is developing a sense of empathy and engagement with the audiences we're trying to reach. So with that, I'd just like to, next slide, say thank you very much to everybody, and in particular to the support from EPIC and EuFMD. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. It's a fascinating topic. I have a very long list of questions that I could ask and might have a chance to ask later. But I would like to start out just asking sort of this knowledge broker approach that you have and are involved in the Scottish government. How has this worked in the current COVID-19 pandemic? I assume that this has central relevance there, and I just wonder, like in practice, it might look quite nice on the slide and in theory, but is it working?
So I can separate that out, I think, into COVID and non-COVID situations. It works very well in animal disease outbreaks. So it does look nice on the slide, but in practice, it is genuinely an investment in going into Scottish Government many days a week, sitting side by side with people and having that familiarity that you would have with your epidemiological colleagues, that you would have with policymakers, so that you are very familiar with the policy making process, if you like. And that really has worked in terms of the way we think about answering requests outside of an emergency and then inside an emergency. The reason I separated out from the COVID response is because locating the science policy interface for COVID is quite different in Scotland. And we've managed to do that to some degree, but we don't have the same knowledge brokering work with the public health facing processes, but we still have been maintaining that knowledge brokering activity in the animal health and where the animal health and public health intersects. And that's continuing to work. And actually, I've been thinking quite a lot about this in terms of where we are now with remote working and how easy that is to do. And it's because we have such solid relationships that we can refresh with those policymakers that remote working at the moment has not impeded us at all in that way.
Thank you very much. That's all for now, but also we are looking forward to continuing the discussion later at the virtual roundtable.
Thanks, Katharina.
For now, Lisa, and I hand over to Nick to introduce the first recorded presentation.
Thanks, Katharina, and thanks to the keynote speakers. They were two fantastic presentations, so thank you for that, and I look forward to the discussion later. So now Livestock Research Institute.
When is foot and mouth disease vaccination profitable in endemic settings? Many endemic countries are highly dependent on foot and mouth disease vaccination for disease control, sometimes paid for by the state, sometimes funded by the farmer. But the financial justification of foot and mouth disease vaccination is often poorly understood. The decision maker should understand if investing in vaccination is going to deliver a positive return on that investment, regardless of who's making this payment. Farmers are going to be particularly interested in farm level impacts if they're going to invest in it. Governments will also be interested in the wider population benefits of vaccination using overall population incidence. To assess the case for foot and mouth disease vaccination at the farm level, we developed a simple cost calculator for cattle farms. So this partial budget calculator assessed FMD impact on a farm income, comparing a scenario where foot and mouth disease vaccination was not performed to one where it was performed. There are various inputs from various data sources: herd size, probability of having an outbreak, proportion of cattle affected if you do have an outbreak, cost of vaccine, and the vaccine effectiveness, the proportion of cases before vaccination. We also need to estimate the impact of FMD in cattle in cases. So what was the average milk losses per animal affected, losses from deaths, abortion, reduced fertility, treatment, traction in some places, and feed costs and delayed finishing, and also culling from the sale of animals to salvage value that have productivity has been jeopardized. So essentially, for a specific setting, we look at the average income lost from FMD's impact on a herd without vaccination per year and compare it to the average income lost from foot and mouth disease for a herd that is vaccinating. We estimate this impact income lost by looking at what's the probability of a herd experiencing an outbreak in that year, then say if it is affected, what proportion of the herd will be affected, and combine that with the average costs per case. In vaccinated herds, we adjust the proportion of the herd affected according to the vaccine effectiveness. And we also factor in vaccination costs. And the output, we have the change in farm level income per head of cattle they have in the herd when vaccinating. So a benefit cost ratio. There's some simplifications. We don't include a 2-dose primary course, but could easily change that. Some impacts are hard to estimate. At the moment, it's just a deterministic model, but we will make it stochastic to capture more uncertainty in the future. Incidence is hard to estimate in some settings. Our results are presented for an average herd, so it doesn't tell you the extremes and the full variation from herd to herd. But we do adjust it for herd size to make it comparable. We don't account for the fact that vaccinated animals may still have clinical disease, but that may be milder with a lower impact. We're just adjusting for the change it has on the proportion of animals in a herd that have clinical foot and mouth. And we have a single foot and mouth disease vaccine effectiveness. We don't adjust for number of doses. We have not changed the likelihood, the probability of a herd is experiencing an outbreak according to its vaccination status, more later. And it's only considering farm level effects. We do not look at a wider population level effect of a mass vaccination campaign achieving herd immunity and reducing incidence. But for many countries in early PCP stage, incidence remains around constants, fluctuating. And so the farm level decision whether or not to vaccinate is very much what we're looking at. First case study in Nepal, smallholder dairy systems. Data collected in EuFMD training courses. These are smallholder dairies, and the impact on milk production is high. Also, impact through mortality is surprisingly high, about 10%, 40 of adults to 40% of young stock. And so an overall cost, average cost per case of over $400. Herds are small, 2.6. If they have an outbreak, about 70% of animals are affected. About 1 in 10 herds would be affected, so the probability for any one herd is 10%. And of having an outbreak a year. Vaccine effectiveness, we put at 70, but we explore that later on. 70%. Cost of the vaccine, about $1.3. And then 2 doses a year, we're including. And in this scenario, vaccination delivers a clear benefit. So $47 per herd, $18 per head of cattle in the herd if you invest in vaccination is your positive effect on your farm income. And actually, even if vaccine effectiveness was as low as 10%, then that's your break-even point. Anything above that, you start to get a positive effect on farm income because of this high susceptibility and relatively cheap vaccine costs. If vaccination also reduces the chance of a herd having an outbreak, not just the size of the outbreak if it does have one, which is fairly expectable, and that risk of a herd outbreak is reduced in proportion to the vaccine effectiveness, then the argument for vaccination becomes even stronger. Other studies have also looked at smallholder dairy in endemic countries and found a good case. Looking at pastoralists in northern Tanzania, references listed, there the impact on unvaccinated animals, so if an unvaccinated animal has foot and mouth disease, the losses are much lower than this smallholder dairy system. So milk loss is only, for the average case, $5, deaths relatively low, they're more resistant breeds. So overall, average cost per case, $31. Herds are large, about 85 animals. Incidence, 44% once a herd has an outbreak, which sounds high, but it's much lower than Nepal. But 75% of herds are experiencing an outbreak in a year, so a very high herd level incidence. Vaccine effectiveness, we put at 50%. There are more challenges than vaccines in East Africa. And vaccine costs $3 per dose, and animals receiving 2 doses a year. So with these input parameters, we actually find that herds will be losing money by investing in vaccination. So the average herd would be $76 worse off, about $1 ahead of cattle. But if vaccine cost per dose reduces to $2.5, and there was uncertainty about this, sometimes people paid as much as $10 for a dose, sometimes as low as $2. Well, once it's $2.5 and lower, you start to get a positive return on farm income. Back with a $3 a dose, actually if vaccine effectiveness is 60% or above, then you start to get a positive return on farm income. If vaccination also reduces the probability of a herd having an outbreak, roughly in line with the vaccine effectiveness, then also that changes it from your estimate from being a negative effect on that farm income to being a positive effect. So the case for vaccination in this setting is much less clear-cut and more uncertain. Rushton, looking at farm-level return of vaccination in extensive systems elsewhere in the world, found a negative farm-level return on income. In conclusion, in some endemic settings, farmer investment in foot and mouth disease vaccination delivers high returns. But in others, the cost of vaccination may be greater than the resulting reduction in foot and mouth disease impact due to low disease impact on cases and low incidence sometimes. Considering this can help identify how to target foot and mouth disease control to sectors where it is most profitable when designing control campaigns. It will also show where public funding will be needed to compensate for a lack of farmer incentives to control foot and mouth disease. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll take over temporarily. I think at the beginning, the title was slightly lost because the connection was interrupted. So the title of this past presentation was, "When is FMD vaccination in endemic settings profitable?" And I will take over just temporarily to introduce the next recorded presentation, because it's by Nick himself, and it was a bit awkward if he should introduce himself. So it's a presentation recorded and delivered by Nick Lyons, who works as a veterinary epidemiology consultant at University of Liverpool and with EuFMD. And the title of the presentation is Economic Considerations for Advancement Through the Progressive Control Pathway, Cost-Benefit Analysis of FMD Control in Punjab Province in Pakistan.
Hello, my name is Nick Lyons. Welcome to my presentation on the economic considerations for advancement through progressive control pathway, cost-benefit analysis of FMD control in Punjab province, Pakistan. And this project was a collaboration between the University of Liverpool and the Food and Agriculture Organization office based in Pakistan. So just to give a brief background, so agriculture and livestock are important parts of the economy in Pakistan. And Punjab is the most populous province for both people and livestock. The whole of Pakistan, including Punjab, is considered endemic for FMD, and this is a priority disease and a major cause of production loss, holding back potential exports. So in 2015, Pakistan was assigned to PCP Stage 2, which is all about reducing the impact of FMD. Since about 2018, large efforts have been made in Punjab province to improve disease control, with a large uptake in vaccination and a reduced number of reported outbreaks. The key question now for Punjab province is, well, is it worth progressing to PCP Stage 3 in the zone within it? And PCP Stage 3 is quite different to Stage 2, and there's different things to consider. So in Stage 2, it's all about reducing the impact. In Stage 3, it's about reducing the viral circulation. So to do this, it has to be a big increase in or enhanced disease control measures and surveillance. And you're probably not going to see the benefits in terms of further reduced disease impact, maybe a bit, but actually really those impacts you should be seeing in Stage 2. So in Stage 3, really, it's a long-term view to progress disease freedom, and that's what we considered in this project. So this is a map of Pakistan showing the different provinces, and Punjab province is highlighted here. And this is the area, Bahawalpur division, which is where the proposed zone was due to take place. So I just wanted to show you some of the merits of choosing this area for a zone. So first of all, there is a large river called the Sutlej River along one of the borders, and this is meant to be quite it's a wide river and is quite an effective geographical barrier. Outside this, there would be a 10 to 20 kilometre buffer zone, and on the other side of the proposed zone is a high security fence on the border of India. And there's a desert region, the Kholistan Desert, that runs alongside this. There's one area which is would need attention, where there's no geographical boundaries on the border with Sindh province. So in terms of refining the question further for this project, so what the main question is, well, based on averted production losses and treatment costs alone, is progression to PCP Stage 3 and beyond worth it, or must there be increased value in the exports to justify the investment? So to do this, to approach this question, we did a cost-benefit analysis, and for our baseline scenario, there was no disease control strategy, and FMD was just allowed to circulate as per previous reports from this proposed zone. The intervention was to establish this single zone and to enter PCP Stage 3 over a 2-year period, which would be aggressively implemented so that the zone could apply for OA endorsement of the control program and into Stage 4 by the end of 2025, and then apply for an OAE declared freedom with vaccination. And the cost-benefit analysis was conducted over a 20-year period using a discount rate of between 3% and 4%. So as I've mentioned, so in terms of the benefits, the thing we were looking at was about reduced impact and about, well, you've got all these different outbreaks that are taking place, and it's caused production losses, and there's costs in terms of treatment. Well, if you get rid of those outbreaks and you get benefits in terms of averted production losses and averted treatment costs, and this happens across all the different systems that are present, that I've listed here. So what we've assumed with implementing this control strategy is there would be a linear decline in outbreak numbers during this time period, and that would give you your benefits that were considered in the analysis. In terms of the costs of the intervention, well, there's various different aspects that are considered. I don't have time to go into now, but these are typical control measures that would be used for a country that goes into PCP stage 3 in terms using mass vaccination, but just focusing on cattle and buffalo, which is important to emphasize, and various other aspects based on discussions in Pakistan over what is needed. So to estimate the different benefits on the production systems present, there were two general models that were created, which essentially compared herds with and without disease to estimate what the impact on production was. So we had two models. One we're calling a mixed system model, which estimated milk production, changes in offtake rates, changes in herd value, and incorporated abortions. And the other model was a beef feedlot model, which incorporated case fatality, distress sales, and prolonged finishing times, and reduced finishing value. And both of these models had stochastic and deterministic elements and incorporated treatment costs for FMD cases. So this here is just the general outline of the mixed system model, where there are various age-sex compartments on the farm to estimate these the different offtakes, and also incorporating different aspects of fertility, which is a novel part of this approach, because fertility is often not considered. So these models were run over a 5-year period, and one of the things that we also estimated was the change in herd value. So this isn't a cash item, but it's a change in capital value of the herd, which we feel is important to recognize when you're looking at longer term impacts. So not just focusing on milk losses or treatment costs, which is often the case with when looking at the impact of FMD. The beef feedlot model was a relatively simple model, where essentially you have the FMD outbreak was you had mortality of some of the animals, but actually one of the things that we tried to incorporate was the fact that you had prolonged finishing times for animals on the feedlot, and also there was some farms would use distress sales, which would have animals of a lower value. So the data sources, so we looked into the literature, but also we had an expert opinion workshop that was run in Islamabad in February of this year. And we also had some follow-up with some beef feedlot farms, and also further discussion on desert farming systems as well. So going straight to the results. So this table has the different impacts that were estimated. So remember, these are for the different production systems, and these are discounted costs, and these are estimated over a 5-year period. And the thing to really emphasize was, obviously they're very variable depending on the different production system, but the corporate farms, the costs were really quite high, and so higher than previous estimates. But you need to bear in mind that these corporate dairy farms are quite large. The median size is about 1,500 cattle. So perhaps it's not so surprising that when you have these sorts of farms, that the impact is so high when you're looking over a longer time period. And actually, most of the costs were actually in changes in the herd value. So these are long-term costs, not short-term costs. So when we look at the overall benefits for the cost-benefit analysis, so the benefits in the different, in terms of averted production and treatment costs, was estimated at about 26 million US dollars a year. So in terms of the costs of the program, so these are non-discounted costs. And you can see that most of the costs was due to vaccination and post-vaccination monitoring, but also the sanitary measures. So that was having an ID system in place, and also all the different quarantine stations around the outside. And this was estimated to cost about 25 or just over 25 million US dollars a year. So in terms of the overall results, so the benefit cost ratio is estimated to be just over 1. And so 1 would be the cutoff of what's considered beneficial. However, this was very wide ranging, and there's a lot of uncertainty over this estimate. So to conclude, based on the averted production losses and treatment costs alone, progression to PCP stage 3 and beyond may be economically viable, but there's a large uncertainty in this estimate. And this is because we were relying a lot on expert opinion, and collection of field data would be beneficial for the study. In particular, on the desert livestock farms, very little is known about the impact of FMD, and so a lot of uncertainty was present there because of that. And also the disease control strategy needs to be finalized, and there's various aspects that need to be considered in that regard. In particular, focusing on whether small ruminants need to be vaccinated, which could be a large extra cost if that's required. So the production losses estimated in the study are a lot higher than previous estimates, but they do consider longer term losses and impacts through fertility and changes in herd structure. There are various limitations to the approach, like I just mentioned with the small ruminants. But we also assumed that once the zone was free, there would be no further outbreaks. And obviously, if there were, that would be an extra cost. But there are extra benefits that weren't quantified. So, for example, the development in the veterinary services would lead to better control of other diseases, and it's difficult to quantify that benefit, but it needs to be borne in mind when considering the results. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening, and this is just to acknowledge all the different people that contributed. Thank you, and I'll happily take any questions on the presentation. Okay, and just to repeat myself, yes, please get on the forum and ask myself and anybody else any questions about any of our presentations. But now we're going to hand over to the next presenter, who's Dr. Ashley Rayleigh, who is from Indiana University, and it's a recording on household and market impacts of foot-and-mouth disease at the Uganda-Tanzania border.
Hello, and thank you all for being with us today for these virtual presentations. I know things are a bit crazy right now, but we greatly appreciate anybody and everybody who can be here. My name is Dr. Ashley Rayleigh, and I'm associated with Washington State University and Indiana University in the United States. And I'm honored to be here today to present on my colleague, Dr. Susan Kerfua, from the National Livestock Resources Research Institute in Uganda on her research, household and market impacts of foot and mouth disease at the Uganda-Tanzania border. We've also collaborated with Professor Thomas Marsh at Washington State University on this research. Without getting too much into the FMD virus itself or specifics on the impacts, what you need to know for this research is that there are outbreaks annually in these regions of Tanzania and Uganda, and that FMD affects farmers and communities both directly and indirectly. Some of those direct effects include the loss of livestock income and sales, whether that be from the death of animals or more commonly from production losses in milk, abortions, or ability to use on the farm. There is also the market level impacts in sales if there's quarantines or restrictions on ability to move the animals. and that we see reduced consumption at the household level. So not only for the production, but a number of our households, if not all of them, are using their animals for milk within the household for nutritional security. Recently, too, it's been shown that quarantines from FMD can also have impacts on the households and more broadly on the communities, depending on the duration of those impacts. And that FMD and the demand for control for FMD can be distinguished between the farmers and the communities and related to these impacts. And so as we move forward to try and figure out how to control FMD in these areas, what strategies to use, really defining these local impacts and how these different effects may arise both directly and indirectly will help with tightening our budgets on controls and being able to target those procedures. The primary research question for our analysis was to define the direct household and market effects of FMD, both the direct and the indirect, actually. And so the way we're doing this is by differentiating between border households in Tanzania and Uganda, and then also distinguishing between households suffering FMD outbreaks compared to neighboring uninfected households. While FMD is endemic and there is a great prevalence of affected households when an outbreak occurs, that there are still some who are uninfected and might be facing losses or impacts from particularly the market level. The data for this analysis comes from a 2018 survey that Susan did in the border regions of Tanzania and Uganda, as shown here. More details on these can be found in her 2018 publication. These households, though, they overlapped with additional sampling she took to verify that there were indeed FMD outbreaks within the area. For this analysis, though, we are applying a difference in difference estimation to cross-sectional data to look at before and after effects of an FMD outbreak or perceived effects. And then we continue on to apply a number of sensitivity analyses to check these average treatment effects that we get from the difference in difference analysis. And these sensitivity analyses are going to take the difference in production outcomes and consumption outcomes from before and after. For those who are not as familiar with the difference in difference approach, or what we're looking at here with cross-sectional data, is that we effectively have 2 points in time, with time 1, or that before the FMD outbreak, reflecting a retrospective account for before an FMD outbreak in the previous 12 months, as reported by the households, and then after an FMD outbreak, which would be time 2. That time 2 then even further allows us to distinguish between those who were infected with FMD and those who were uninfected. And this is at the household level and not by the animal specifically, but just whether the household had an FMD impact. Looking at the sample characteristics, Uganda tends to exceed Tanzania on all metrics. More households in Uganda reported FMD outbreak, and they tend to have a larger herd size on average of cattle, sheep, and goats, and the household number of people itself is also larger. However, Tanzania reports more households in Tanzania report receiving income from livestock. Looking at the changes before and after an FMD outbreak, so these just look at the difference in livestock sales, milk consumption, and beef consumption from before an outbreak and after, that there were reductions in sales and milk consumption, and that beef consumption appears to go up slightly in Tanzania. taking these characteristics then and looking at their impacts on, looking at the household characteristics and in particular FMD on milk consumption and beef consumption, while omitting some of our outputs for livestock sales, you can see in the difference estimates that milk consumption does seem to be impacted by FMD, which we would expect from basically all the previous research in this area. But what we're really seeing here is that most of the effect on milk consumption is coming from market changes over time with that time variable and FMD in the community. So FMD broadly impacting milk consumption at the household. And both of these are reducing milk consumption. We don't see the effects for the time by FMD or that which is directly from having FMD within the household. And then for comparison, we also have beef consumption here potentially for substitution effects. And besides country level effects, the FMD is not coming through. Going then into what I've called the sensitivity analyses, I've included here livestock sales and milk consumption to show the dearth of findings related to production outputs. I'm not showing the difference for livestock sales or other livestock products, just for the lack of findings, but here gets more into detail about how prices and more specific variables might be playing a role in the changes due to FMD. And you can see in these first two columns here that nothing's really showing up of the potential price effects, only that for bowls has a small impact. However, for milk consumption, it does appear that milk price, the difference in milk price before and after an FMD event increases, milk consumption decreases. Livestock sales also appear to play a role, but with limited interpretation overall or in a limited size of an effect. And overall, across these models, the substitution price effects is not coming through for either production or consumption. And that's an area we hope to go into a little bit further. Overall, though, some of what we can glean from these preliminary results is that FMD impacts milk consumption indiscriminately for both those infected and uninfected households through milk prices. We saw that global measure coming through in the difference estimates, and then we're able to narrow it down more to milk prices. Uganda sells and consumes more livestock products than Tanzania. Our sample characteristics really showed that, and then it continued to show up in the analyses. As well, livestock markets are less sensitive to FMD in endemic regions. So that dearth of findings for production and those price effects that might not be showing through as strongly as we would hope, or that is seen in places like the US or other places where FMD is not endemic, are not showing up here. And this very plausibly is due to the fact that they are having outbreaks every year. And so the markets don't respond as drastically. In thinking initially about some implications, stabilizing milk prices to impact household nutritional security would align with what we're finding, that there are market level impacts that are coming through milk prices that affect both the infected and uninfected, whereas some of those other substitute products such as beef or other markets are also not as affected as greatly. Thank you again for being here today and seeing some of these preliminary results, as well as thank you for funding from the Gates Foundation for this study and collaboration with Susan in Uganda, as well as Washington State University.
Okay, that was great, very interesting. Thank you, Ashley. So now we're going to go to the last recorded presentation of the session before the roundtable. So we have a presentation from Kim Vanderwaal from the University of Minnesota. And the presentation is going to be on forecasting the spread of viruses in swine in the US, translating movement and environmental data to actionable information. So just bear in mind that you can continue to put questions into the forum. There's a slot there for every speaker, and you can direct the questions to each speaker, and then we will bring these up in the roundtable, and you'll have the chance to hear the answers. So we really want to encourage everybody listening to bring in these questions, which will really inform a lively debate with all the speakers. So anyway, I'll stop talking. It's time for the presentation, so I will switch off.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining us this afternoon to talk about forecasting the spread of viruses in swine in the United States. I'm excited today to share with you some of our ongoing research on translating movement and environmental data to actionable information to better control infectious diseases in this population. The disease that we're going to be focused on today is called porcine epidemic diarrhea virus, which is a alpha coronavirus. It's not usually considered among the fast diseases, but it shares a number of characteristics with fast diseases. It is rapidly transmittable, has large economic impacts, and it does regularly jump international borders. For example, in 2013, PED was first detected in the US, after which it rapidly spread throughout the country and impacted approximately 30% of breeding farms within approximately 1 year. And the primary impact of this disease is that it has a very high mortality rate for neonatal piglets. So this initial incursion of the virus in the US caused the death of at least 7 million piglets and an overall depression in pork production for that year. So in the United States, we lack a regulatory framework for monitoring endemic viruses in swine. And this is true for PED, and it's also true for a number of other viruses like PRRS. And so to fill this void, the University of Minnesota began the Morrison Swine Health Monitoring Project approximately a decade ago. And this project is based on close industry partnerships and participation. And currently we have around 50% of the US sow population enrolled in the program, which means that they send to us on a weekly basis which of their sow farms, or the infection status of their sow farms. So from that, we can start to really be able to build an epidemiological understanding of the trends of the disease, as well as we use this data for research. So this is the type of data that we produce. This is the plot for PED with the red color showing the farms that are actively infected with PED through time. So you can see that early initial epidemic that occurred, that we're around 30% of the farms were infected. And then you can see that there's an ongoing endemic state of the virus in the population. So we wanted to, in this project, ask, can we use this very rich source of retrospective data to actually predict future risk? And the way, before we get into how we predict risk, we need to talk a little bit about mechanisms for between farm spread. It is for PED, as with many viruses, animal movements is one of the key factors in spread. In the US, pig production is primarily vertically integrated, multi-site production. So there is an enormous amount of pig movements within the country. The other primary route of spread is local area spread. So this is based on spatial proximity between farms. This includes mechanisms like airborne spread, but also any other transmission mode where the probability of transmission is going to scale with spatial proximity between farms. Other important components of spread, but maybe are less important, are contaminated equipment and vehicles that carry fomites, as well as contaminated feed, which I think was more of a important mechanism early on in the epidemic and less so now. So because we can primarily think about risk then as in terms of spatially independent processes related to animal movements, as well as spatially dependent processes related to spatial proximity between farms. So we want to develop an approach that would actually allow us to develop machine learning models based on a neighborhood-based approach. and this would allow us to couple local and long distance processes and transmission. So what I mean by a neighborhood-based approach is that we have a sow farm of interest on a landscape, and we draw a circle around that sow farm of a 5-kilometer radius. And we consider that the neighborhood of the sow farm. And we have information about farms in that neighborhood in terms of where are they, as well as if they are a sow farm, we may have their infection status. And then on top of that, we have our animal movement data. We consider this in 2 ways. One, the movements of animals into the focal farm itself, but then we are also summarize the movements that are being made into neighboring farms of the focal farm. So for example, if we know that this neighboring farm maybe moved in pigs from a PED positive site. And anytime we're moving pigs into the neighborhood, that increases the likelihood of a local introduction of the virus. And then from there, the virus may spread through to our focal sow farm based on spatial proximity, which we expect that various microenvironmental factors would modify the likelihood of that transmission to happen. So these things include land cover, vegetation, temperature, etc. So this time lapse is basically a weekly time lapse of the infection status of sow farms. So we can see these different sow farm neighborhoods, and then we can also see the flow of pigs between those neighborhoods, which is not shown in a dynamic fashion here. But essentially, we feed our data on infection status, pig movements, and a number of our environmental and spatial variables into a machine learning algorithm to try to predict weekly infection status. And we use a machine learning algorithm called XGBoost to do this. Just to talk a little bit more about the outcome that we are trying to predict. We are trying to predict weekly outbreak risk, but we are trying to predict that not for the current week, but actually 2 weeks in the future. So the data that we're using to make these predictions is actually lag data, because we don't actually have the data for the coming week. But the fact is if we want information to be actionable to our partnering producers, we actually need to be able to give them some information early enough that they actually are able to respond to this information in some sort of mitigation or prevention step. So we use a total of 6 weeks of movement data, including 5 weeks of retrospective data, as well as 1 week of the scheduled movements. And then we use this information combined with our infection status and environmental data to actually make the prediction about the following week, or 2 weeks in advance. One of the types of outputs that we get from this analysis is a variable importance plot, which is essentially a ranked list of how important each factor was in predicting the outcome. And what you'll notice is right at the top of our list is the PED status of the farm of origin of any movement that's made into the focal farm, which makes sense. If you're moving positive pigs if you're moving pigs from a positive site into your farm, then there's a good chance you may have an outbreak as well. But interestingly, we also find that the PED status of the origin farms for the movements made by neighbors also was an important predictor of outbreak risk for the sow farm, which is an interesting finding in itself. Our model has a sensitivity of 20%, as well as a positive predictive value of 70%. And you might say, well, 20% is not very good. But when we talk to our partners, they say, well, this is more information than we had before. And the fact of the matter is if you try to increase sensitivity because of the structure of the data, if you increase sensitivity, you'll decrease the positive predictive value. So you may flag more outbreaks, but you also have more false alarms. And our partners indicate that they would rather have fewer false alarms and that have still missed some of the outbreaks, but have that information be truly actionable when they receive it. So this is how we ended up with this balance of positive predictive value and sensitivity. And it is something that we will continue to work on in the future to improve that. So our partners currently receive a report from us on a weekly basis. They receive a list of all of their farms and the associated outbreak probability of those farms. We also send them a kind of line plot that just shows the trends in risk through time. And then we can visualize this risk spatially as well to see if there are any hot spots. incredibly important for us to think about the sustainability of this project. So we have developed a automated pipeline to actually facilitate running this analysis on a weekly basis. And this is also why we really focus on data that's already routinely collected. So animal movement data, for example. There are a number of other things we could certainly consider adding, but if it becomes too much for farmers to really keep up with the data requirements, then the system just doesn't have the long-term viability to really keep people engaged. So that's why we keep it simple and focus on data that's already available. Then we also have thought ahead to the scalability of this project. And one aspect of that is that we've actually, within our automated pipeline, we've built in a model updating feature that allows the model to adapt to evolving epidemiological contexts. And an important benefit of this is that it will also allow us to be able to expand this pipeline to a new disease. So for example, an African swine fever or foot and mouth disease or something else like that could come into the country. As long as the data is managed in the same way and we can put the data into the same structure, we could run it through our pipeline and produce forecasts through our pipeline. So in conclusion, we've developed a forecasting platform that allows us to combine animal movement data, spatially and environmental data, as well as outbreak data to actually forecast the probability that farms will break 2 weeks into the future. So this provides us to provide advanced 2-week warning of which style farms are most at risk, which is then information that we can share back to the producers, and then ultimately they can use it for decision making and to prevent or mitigate the impact of the disease. I just want to briefly recognize the two main people that are part of making this work happen: Igor Poplawski, who's a postdoc in my lab, as well as Rahul Bhojwani, who is the data science backstop that did much of the work for this project. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much to all the presenters. Virtual applause to all of you. And we will have a very brief break just to set up the sort of roundtable setting. So please don't go away. We'll be back right away. Great. I can see everyone except Kim. Very dark in Minnesota, but I'm sure she will be there in a moment. So that's great. We are sitting around a virtual table that stretches almost around the entire globe. And I have a few questions to ask all of you. And I think I'll start just sort of in order of the presentation. So I have a question for Carl. So this is about the different measures that are available to assess economic performance. So how do you decide which one to use if you want to assess an investment or a policy, and what do you mean when you say like you come up with a holistic assessment? Does that mean that you integrate different measures in some way?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think it depends. A lot of what you use as far as toolkits will depend a lot on the specific questions that are being asked by your client group. So whether it's a government, whether it's a donor, it could also depend on the types of skills that you actually have within your team. And so I think, there isn't really a prescriptive way or a right way of doing it. So that's the only way that's possible. I think it is possible to sort of mix and match things as questions and resources require. So in terms of this idea of being more holistic, I think the real emphasis is to try to kind of think beyond just a pure accounting, a pure farm-based approach to looking at the multifaceted impacts that a disease may have. So it's not just about what happens on an individual farm or set of farms, what actually happens beyond that. And how do those effects translate spatially, temporally? How do things adjust as a result? We often kind of run to this trap where we'll say the cost of disease is X without realizing that doing something, an investment here, an intervention there, will cause a variety of things to be set into motion. And those spillover effects may have impacts that dwarf the initial impact of the baseline intervention. So it's really important to understand what those might be and to have tools as simple or as complex as possible to address those.
It may feel a bit overwhelming particularly if you have maybe no economists in your team. So what do you suggest how to move forward if you are motivated but you don't really have the competencies at hand?
I think you hit the nail on the head. I think you want to have economists on your team. I think if we look at animal health as bigger than veterinarians, bigger than epidemiologists, but as something that's part of the broader social system, and to actually have teams that incorporate those skill sets, I think the better analysis we'll get. So I think it's really about ensuring that you have those resources and skills and people as part of the team from the get-go. And so it's trying to actually identify those social scientists and economists that can actually work with you and engage. And so I think that's the real challenge, is how do we actually kind of find those people to kind of work with, time in, time out.
Or maybe try to work in partnership. Like, I don't have an economist in my team, so I'll have to go elsewhere. Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to Lisa, I think lots of questions come to mind, particularly in the current context, I suppose, and one that was put forward. So what do you do when issues become very politicized, such as in the current pandemic situation? How will this impact risk communication, and what does it also mean for us who work more in the livestock area? Is there anything that we should learn from the current situation?
Those are very big questions. I mean, taking the first part first, I suppose, naively disappointed in the way that very technical approaches to trying and address the COVID pandemic have been used in a political way to try and make political decisions seem more technical or scientific, when in fact, actually, some of these political decisions, they're very multifaceted. They incorporate lots of different types of evidence and experience. And so in the UK, there is a small danger, probably not that small, of an erosion of trust from the public in terms of these highly technical approaches or algorithms that have been used. And we've had a couple of crises that are not just limited to COVID, that are concurrent in the way these algorithms have been used for decision-making purposes. So that is very challenging. However, I suppose the response is that there have been some really amazing scientists who've emerged as really clear communicators. And the reason that they've been successful is because they've been consistent at the way that they have explained themselves, at the way that they've acknowledged what they know and they don't know, and the emerging and changing situation over time. So where they may have known something or not known something at the beginning, and that situation has changed, they've acknowledged that and have built up over time trust. Where it pertains, and what's interesting about it as it pertains to the animal health system, is that the audience now, the public, has a new lexicon that they are engaging with that's highly epidemiological. It's quite technical, and the challenge for us is to understand whether they're using it correctly. So issues like, for example, around herd immunity are not, have now become really common, and people are using it in lay terms. And that is potentially a very positive thing, because I guess it develops some empathy, for example, when farmers, and in particularly smallholders, who may not necessarily engage with this, understand better, for example, if you're in the middle of a housing order for poultry, why they need to keep birds inside, because there's this parallel situation that's happening, and there's more of a sense of, on a positive note, the sense of solidarity that one has to embrace if you're believing in public health measures, and similarly your role as part of that larger ecosystem within the animal health sector. So there's, I suppose, lots of positive things I think that could come out of this, and hopefully engaging and empathy for people, particularly who are locked down, isolated, if they are undergoing animal movement restrictions, will be part of that we can draw on in a positive way out of this.
And then there were a few questions and also comments around how to deal with fake news, or all the information seeking online, and how should you, as sort of a person with a technical background, how do you deal with it? How can you correct it? Should you correct it? How do you respond?
I mean, I can only respond from a personal perspective rather than necessarily a professional. This is an area of my expertise, and probably might be the way to start, I suppose, is in drawing lessons learned from other areas where there's false information or out there, in terms of drawing on allies and creating allies who are going to help you promote and amplify correct messaging. And all of this really kind of boils down to credibility in the end, and staying and not overextending oneself beyond one's area of expertise, and building up networks of in one of the slides that I presented, understanding kind of the networks within the social context that farmers are in, and who they go to for their trusted information, and try and tap into those networks ahead of time, so that those are really solid relationships. So it's about, from my point of view, relationship building, empathy again, and actively pushing out correct messaging without making people feel that actually it's a deficit in their knowledge, and that you're not sort of characterizing them in an inappropriate way as being ignorant. That's what I would probably argue.
So would that also include sort of actively managing, for example, social media? So you actually go there and put your own messages out there?
Yeah, I think that's a very appropriate thing to do, as long as the messaging is consistent and clear and state of the art and correct. So actively trying to push your messaging out is a useful thing to do to counter it. Yes.
Thanks. I might come back if we have time in the end.
Thanks.
But moving on to Theo. There's one question on factors that influence the income losses, for example, vaccine effectiveness or cost of vaccine. How do these relate to each other? Are they all similar in sort of their impact, or can you rank them?
Well, in this simple cost calculator, everything is monetarized in the end, and so some factors like vaccine effectiveness, that obviously affects every aspect of disease impact, on those direct disease impact on the sick animals, which is what is captured here. Another important one is like cost of vaccination. Some of the other outputs, they're just singular ones. So milk, impact on milk production. I mean, in the examples we showed, there were very high deaths in one of the settings from FMD. And so that contributed to this very high overall sort of cost benefit. So they all go in there, and I say it's really just a simple calculator just to illustrate some of the points that are considered for these countries in possibly an early stage of FMD control. They've got a limited amount of funding to target somewhere, and it just sort of highlights how some areas are much more profitable than others, and also the incentives are greater for some farmers than others, and probably some key inputs like cost of vaccine, performance of vaccine. You've got this. It's obvious. It's not complicated, but those things have got to be there. Otherwise, you may just be going nowhere.
Thanks, Theo. The next one is for Nick. The question is whether, if I understood correctly, the model is based on data from large farms. And so the question is, how can the results be transferred to smallholder sector, where also the impact from FMD may be low, but vaccination costs comparatively high, whether the results can be transferred to those farm settings?
Well, in the particular study we did, we did consider all the different sort of farming systems that were relevant for that.
Your sound is breaking up, I think.
Potential zone. So my connection.
Can you hear us?
Hello.
Okay, I might come back to you in a moment.
Hi, sorry, I'm not sure. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
I come back to you later. So moving on to Ashley.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sure.
Let's see. The question is whether the impact on households was similar with or without outbreaks.
Could you repeat the question? I lost you for a minute there.
Yes. The question was, if I understood it correctly, whether the impact of infection or an outbreak was similar in households, no, that doesn't make sense, right? With or without outbreaks, then probably it's meant to be including the whole disease outbreak impact, whether households were affected or not individually.
Yeah, so if I understand the question correctly, we did control, or at least initially look for balance between the households on some of the impacts. The variables that I showed, there was differences between Uganda and Tanzania, but in terms of looking at across the households, whether there were any households that stood out at their own level with heterogeneity, we saw that there was balance between the households and that generally the impacts were the same. And so then by controlling for the county level differences, that was country, that's where we were able to kind of account for the fact that Tanzania and Uganda do have these country level differences that might be occurring, but that the FMD itself was similar across the areas.
And then I'm not sure whether I understood correctly, but there was a remark, I think, at the end about stabilizing milk prices would be important from a nutritional security perspective. So would that imply a need for market intervention?
Yes, that's what we're thinking at this point. Also knowing, having Susan, who is in Uganda and who was here throughout this time period in the field, is that the markets are run a lot by the milk cooperatives there in the area. And so a lot of that fluctuation that we see in the milk prices is in response to FMD, as well as coming from the cooperatives.
Thank you. And then I have a question for Kim. And it's around the term false alarms. And the question is, how are the false alarms defined? Does that mean if a farmer takes action and mitigates the risk successfully? And how do you know whether biosecurity measures have been effective or not?
Yeah, that's a great question, because once we start, or we actually are using this platform, prospectively now, which means that the data set that we're accruing actually reflects people's actions. And if we flag an outbreak and then they do some sort of mitigation step and then the outbreak doesn't happen, then that could appear in our data set then as a false alarm, something that we predicted that didn't happen, but in that case, it would not happen because of the actions they took in response to the information. So that's one reason that we have this retraining of the model that occurs periodically. The other thing that we do is also communicate with our stakeholders. And so if there's a specific farm that's flagged, then we would follow up directly with that producer or that veterinarian and ask them, okay, you received this information, did you do anything different? And actually try to assemble that information so we can both assess, the types of biosecurity they may have changed, as well as if the outbreak didn't happen, we can, flag that as okay, this happened and maybe we should exclude this from further model building exercises.
Okay, going back to Nick again to try, maybe the problem was with my connection. So I tried to repeat the question the way I asked it before. So the way I understood this is whether the results can be transferred to smallholder sector, where FMD impact may be low and the cost of vaccination comparatively high.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I hope you can hear me now. And it's given me more time to think of an answer, of course, which is an unfair disadvantage. And I apologise to the other speakers, but really, I mean, I think what we didn't we looked at the impact across these different sectors in different production systems that were relevant for the zone. We didn't do a individual, farm level cost benefit analysis in the same way that Theo did. But I actually think it does highlight that, the impacts do vary considerably across the different types of farming system. And this has big implications for policy, because if there are circumstances like Theo described in Tanzania where farmers can't pay for or it's not worth their while paying for the vaccine, but actually there are some other farming systems like beef feedlots or big corporate dairy farms, and they really do benefit, then maybe they should be paying for the vaccination of the other sectors who are not seeing the benefit. And of course, they'll get indirect benefits as a consequence. So no, you do see different impacts across different sectors, and this does have big implications for policy. But we didn't really have chance with the work we did in Pakistan to really go into more detail on that aspect, unfortunately. Hopefully in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. Nick, have you been able to pick up some additional questions from the forum?
Yes, I've been looking, and I think we've already addressed quite a few of them. I did a question that came to my mind as I was seeing the questions about the risk communication aspect. If you don't mind, maybe Katharina, if I just, because one of the things that you said, Lisa, was about the monitoring, the evaluation of the risk communication, and it just made me think. Well, because I mean, I've been involved at EuFMD. We've done some work on risk communication, and when there's so much noise going on, and you have an intervention to try and inform about risk and control, and there's all this other stuff. I mean, how can you really evaluate whether it's working?
I think well, I'm not sure that it's going to ever be perfect, but I suppose being able to assess where different communication strategies are being used in different ways would be helpful as a start. To answer, are you asking the question, you know, how can I reassure you that it will work? Well, I can't reassure you that it will work, but I acknowledge the difficulty in the problem and the challenge that you're setting. But I think that if we don't collect kind of data at the very beginning about where people's baseline expectations are, about where the challenges they face are, about how they perceive the risk, then there's absolutely no way that you're going to be able to make any assessment regardless. So the argument was really more about trying to think intentionally about setting up not necessarily unethical experimentation of how you deliver certain messages to different groups, but you could do those types of small exercises with different subgroups of the population to see which messaging is working better at which points in time. And obviously there's a kind of a case crossover way of looking at things as well. But I mean, it is difficult. It's extremely difficult to be able to actually tease that apart from the other information that people are being exposed to at the same time.
Thank you. So Katharina, did you want to say something, or?
Do any of the speakers have questions to each other? If yes, feel free. If you have anything.
I've got a question for Carl. He's talking about making these sort of economic assessments. There's the bits you can measure and the bits are quite concrete. But then so much of it is this wider benefits that are quite qualitative, but maybe very important. You know, saying I think Nick sort of alluded to it. You know, if you start to improve your veterinary services, it's going to have much wider benefits. But how can you put that in a persuasive way for the taxpayer, for the government to invest, you know, to a massive scale? That's essentially it. How to make that argument persuasive to someone who really wants numbers to make their decisions?
I mean, part of it's a communication issue, and so I could probably defer to Lisa on that part. But I mean, you do have to contextualize some of the numbers that you get too. I mean, there will be very positive benefits to a lot of these types of interactions if we sort of like stretch it out as far as possible. And I think at some point you do have to put some boundaries as far as where the analysis goes. You know, what are the effects that you can credibly measure? What are the effects that might be there, but might be more difficult to really quantify? And so I think it's important for an analyst not to oversell something, but to provide as much information as can be credibly quantified as possible. And so, of course, if we try to quantify each little benefit from a particular intervention, we might get billions and billions of benefits, but that might be sort of putting kind of blurring the boundaries that might manifest from that. And so I think it's important for an analyst to sort of say, okay, this is what we're pretty certain that we can actually quantify and measure and stake reputations on. These are some of the other benefits that may happen over time that are a little bit less clear or certain. And so I think it's important to make that distinction.
Thanks.
Okay, anyone else?
I have another question. A question for Ashley about the milk prices in Uganda. I was just wondering how responsive, you might have touched on this, but I wonder if you could perhaps elaborate a bit, how responsive it is to the FMD in terms of, does it recover quickly afterwards, or is it something that it persists? If that was measurable, I'm not sure. And also how you can tease out some of these different factors, because of course FMD is a seasonal disease in terms of rainfall and animal movements and dry seasons and this sort of thing. And of course that directly affects milk production, is extremely correlated. And I was just wondering if you could perhaps elaborate on that, on those two aspects. And
Yeah. So with the first aspect of the question on getting at the milk prices and the duration of the responsiveness, in part our data was retrospective, and so we had asked them if they had reductions in their prices and before an outbreak and then afterwards, and again collecting on in the past year. And so there's definitely some bias that could enter into this from them. It's more based on their perceptions of what's happening than actually tracking longitudinally the changes in the prices. So that would definitely be a positive next step and one to get at this at the duration. From what we've been able to capture is that the milk prices did come back, and that this was combined with tracking the data over this time period, just at the village levels, tracking how much the milk was going for. But then the second part of it as well, with being able to distinguish between the reduction in milk as well as then the changes in the milk prices, is we did see that there was the reduced milk production, and then the prices went up for milk. And so a lot of the households were not, what we gathered from them when they were reporting on their consumption as well as their sales, is that there was a decrease on both levels.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Anything else?
I've got a question for Nick.
Excellent.
So linking, sort of at the end, they're looking in Pakistan about having a free zone, and then the question was, well, is it worth progressing FMD control and investing? Do we need to have a bigger export market to do it? So stepping back, when you look at progressive control plans for foot and mouth for countries, they all go on to eradication at some point on. But do you think it's more realistic that many should just stabilize at whatever level is economically viable for their country? So for some, it may be, yes, you should try and get to 2. That's paying back and makes sense, but then you'll be stuck there. It doesn't make sense for you to go further. Some, maybe you should go on. I mean, it's a bigger question. FMD you can't control unless there's regional commitment. What do you think?
Well, I think that I mean, you saying that the idea is that everybody's going towards eradication. I'm not sure that's true for FMD. I don't think that's it's always a valid thing to really consider for a country's strategy. And if a country decides that actually to stay in PCP stage 2, where they try to reduce the impacts in a sector where it's been affected, if that's what makes the most sense for them and they stay there, then I think that's fine. I don't think there's anything, not everybody needs to go all the way to try and have these disease-free zones, but if they do, they should be really carefully considering the economic consequences. And I think that the work we did was quite limited in many ways, but actually some of these things that Carl went into, I think really are extremely important, and we really need to start thinking about the wider benefits to try and justify these investments. It's a challenge, and one we need to take on, I think, if we want to get people engaged with the progressive control. I don't know if that answers your question. Maybe.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all the speakers in this session. We are running out of time. So this has been very nice to also see some interaction going and to have the discussion. So we are now moving on to the recap of the session by Nick.
Yes, thank you very much, Katharina, and really thank you everybody for for joining us on this roundtable, and for the presentations, and for everybody listening. So really, just I was asked to do a small recap of today, and part of my role at EuFMD is coordinating the activities of Pillar 2 of our work program, which is all about reducing the risk of FMD and similar transboundary animal diseases to EuFMD members from the European neighbourhood. And I think that the sessions from today have been really important and useful in bringing new insights from the academic community that we can really very easily use as part of our work program at EuFMD. And I think that is the point of the open session, is to try and bring academia into affecting the work we do and the policies and that come from that. So in particular, we've been updated from Keynote presenters on mathematical modeling, new ways of doing that with the adaptive approaches that Mike described, new approaches to risk assessment, animal health economics, and risk communication. And I think that these keynotes were nicely complemented from the oral presentations. So, and just to finally say, I think another key aspect that we've kind of covered today is the fact that there's lots of other things going on with other diseases like African swine fever and porcine epidemic diarrhea and of course COVID-19. And I think that having these lessons learnt and also trying to synergize our efforts to control different diseases, I think this is really quite a strong argument for the work that EuFMD does in bringing together FMD and other transboundary animal diseases to try and synergize efforts to get greater benefits from the work that we do. So that's my thoughts on today and a bit of a recap. So back to you, Katharina.
Thank you very much, Nick. I think you made a really good point there, sort of the cross-learning, not just across different diseases, animal diseases, but also the cross-learning with public health in the current pandemic. You know, if you can bring out anything good or anything positive from it, it's this sort of aspect to connect our knowledge for the greater good. So once again, I would like to thank everyone who was involved, particularly the EuFMD team, particularly Nick, Etienne, and Filippo, who have been really supporting the running of this session. And I hope all of you who are connected, you will rejoin the virtual conference for the next session, which is scheduled for the 15th December. So this is session number 3, and the motto or the title is Vaccine Security and Critical Resources for Emergency Management. In the meantime, also the talks will be streamed in the virtual room where you can also see the posters. And to all of you, it was great to have you connected. Take care and stay healthy. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.